Well, it's been a minute. It certainly has been a minute. You may realize there's a new desk right behind me. That is the reason why it's been so long since we last streamed. I was actually going to stream last night, but then I got a headache while at work, and I just determined that that was not the best of ideas. This is our weekly Baltimore to Heathrow today. Taking the 77200ER. Let's go ahead and get on the ground at Baltimore. Actually, let me go ahead and get... Hey, Seb! Welcome aboard. Where is it? There it is. It has been so long. I feel like it's been forever since I last streamed. Mike Romy and Mike Papa. There's a new desk behind me, which is why it's been a while. And you'll have to apologize, or I'll have to apologize to you, Seb. I currently cannot see the chat. You have to give me 30 seconds. Actually, let me put that in the flight plan real quick. So, oh, it's locked by ATC. Oh dear. Flight plan. And of course, I didn't change the call sign. Or did I change the aircraft type? Okay. There we go. There we go. Now I can see everything. There's our A-cars data. Alright. Charlie. There we go. We are off to London Heathrow today from Baltimore, as usual. Alright. Now, fix that. Get all that on... We'll wait on the APU. Actually, I'm going to go through some checklists today because we have... I set in our departure time at 10, so we got about 20 minutes before we have to push. And then we're going to try to get out of here sooner rather than later. We're going to aim for that to be our actual departure time. We can go and listen in on ATIS. So we should have it. Yeah, we got DC Center online. Okay, 127. ATIS on 127.800.
2.4. Altimeter 2970. Arrival aircraft expect ILS or visual approach runway 33 left. Runway 33 right. Departing runways 28. 33 right. Notices. To air missions VFR aircraft state direction of flight and aircraft type. Simultaneous approaches are being conducted to power runways. Read back all runway assignments and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information Delta.
Delta. Alright. What is the temperature?
Baltimore, Washington International Airport ATIS information Delta 0154 Zulu. Wind 220 at 9 gust 22. Visibility 10. Ceiling 10,000 broken. Temperature 20. 2.4. Altimeter 2970.
Alright.
Arrival aircraft.
Now I got that. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I feel really bad what happened yesterday. I feel really bad for what happened yesterday. Yeah, what happened yesterday was a massive tragedy. So, I don't know what happened with it. I just know that the plane crashed. I heard rumors about one of the engines completely separating on takeoff, and so, but I can't. I haven't looked into it that much, which I will be doing at some point, possibly during tonight's stream. The one thing I will say is that I did see a comment somewhere that says that if this doesn't mark the retirement of the MD-11, then I don't know what does. I don't know how true that is. But right now I can't say anything because I don't know anything. Alright, the first thing we actually need to do is, what is the nav data looking like? Because we recently got a new area cycle. Yes, we need to update that. We need to update the nav data. This is one of the nice things about the PMDG, just to be crystal clear. You can update the nav data directly through the thing. I mean, it'll flash the FMC, but you don't have to restart the sim or anything, like you have to in the Phoenix. All right. Here we go. Request sim brief. Set fuel. Set payload. Select a route. Alright. We have our ACARS data. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. We are cleared by the Dupkin 1 Bros. Yeah, I will be interested to see what the NTSB says as well. I'm very curious in what the preliminary report says. Okay, departure. We are on runway 28. I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest, Seb. Departure runway 28, the Dupkin 1, and we are on the Bros, I believe. Yes. Dupkin 1 Bros. Okay, contact for push. Okay, noted. In that case, let me go ahead and get center in. On 11... Sorry. Wait. Potomac approach, yes. 119er. 119er decimal 850. Oh, actually, we'll hold off on that. Alright. Departure. We got that in. We can go ahead and accept that. Yes, new ARIAC. New ARIAC cycle. This is one of the nice things about the PMDG plans as opposed to the Phoenix ones. The Phoenix, I believe you still need to restart the sim in order to update the nav data. With the PMDG plans, you can just do it through the EFB. Alright, altimeter is 2970. Okay. 2970. Alright, let's go ahead and get some takeoff data in. Electronic flight bag. Actually, no, it'll be performance tools. 928. Import from aircraft. Flaps 15 for Baltimore. Import weather. Alright. Gives us... Yeah, that margin's not great. What about flaps 20? Oh, I installed something else, which you'll see a little later. I installed something later that you'll see a little bit later as we depart. Flap, okay. I can go ahead and get up. Flaps 15. 143. 144. 146. 144. 146. Not much deviation between the two. Good. We have good. Our initial climb is 6,000, I believe. Sorry, no, it's 7. I have this departure memorized at this point, so don't have to exactly take a look at it. All right, APU on now. Window heat can go ahead and go on. Go ahead and get those all on. All right, let's go and listen on Potomac approach.
Vehicle maintain 3,000.
3,000 American.
Speedbird 2 limit ready to check. I forgot.
Delta 2073 descending Freedom 6 descending through flight level 210.
So American maintain 4,000.
Maintain 4,000, Southwest 51.
Delta 2073, Potomac approach load. The Washington altimeter 2974 to 70 the Freedom 6 arrival. Expect the river visual runway 19 approach.
Oh, we need to put in our squawk.
Alright, expect river visual 19 for Delta 2073.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, ready to check.
Aircraft last following 5x5.
Thank you. Alright, what is our squawk?
Let's see, Walker 10's 1108, fly runway heading the wind at Baltimore 2209, our guest 22, runway 23 right, clip takeoff.
Okay, runway heading, clip takeoff 33 right, Walker 1108.
Southwest 140, runway 28, clip.
3562.
Runway 28 clear for takeoff, Southwest 140.
American 54 Whiskey Charlie, got the river, it's at 12 o'clock, 7 miles.
Judge at 823 Dulles, clearance to Medford.
Alright,
American 54 Whiskey Charlie, do you have the river in sight?
we'll be pushing in a moment.
American 54 Whiskey Charlie, turn 10 degrees right.
10 degrees to the right, American 54 Whiskey Charlie. Apologies.
No worries, do you have the river in sight?
A firm river is now in sight, 54 Whiskey Charlie.
American 54 Whiskey Charlie, cleared river visual, runway 19 approach.
Now, we can activate that.
Critical
So.
approach, runway 19, 54 Whiskey Charlie.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet on the ground at Baltimore, stand Echo 3, ready for push.
Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, heavy, pushback approved, call for taxi.
Pushback approved, call for taxi. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Southwest 2382, contact center 123.72, see ya.
123.72, 123
Delta 4116, turn right heading 060, the river's at your 12 o'clock, 4 miles report inside.
Right turn, 060.
We should have some fuel in the centers.
American-
Potomac Walker 1108, climbing through 1,000, 303,000 runway heading.
American 1058, turn right heading 010.
Yo.
Right turn 010, American 1050.
Yeah, we have a tiny bit. In a first
Walker
taxi.
1108, departure radar contacts. Climb maintain 7,000.
7,000 Walker.
We get new sky running.
Southwest. Delta 4116, cleared river visual, runway 19 approach. Also traffic is at your 2 o'clock. Looks like they just disconnected actually.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Southwest 551, turn right heading 260 vectors final.
Right turn 260 vectors to final Southwest 1.
And Southwest 551, you can just maintain 3000.
3000 Southwest 5.
I wish the triple had a button for
Southwest
to
140 radar contact south 2 leaving. Southwest 140 radar
No, there's that tail, right?
Parking brake.
Alright, let me know when it's too loud.
maintain 5000.
Yeah, let me know when it's too loud. When the
Southwest 2255, descend and maintain 5000.
let me know when the ATC noises are too loud. I'm messing around with the audio settings a little. I'll wait for push. Damn, this guy's busy.
Is it 823 points on request?
Alright. Going now. We're gonna push back here soon, GSX. Is GSX gonna push it back here soon? Ground ops. You can release the ground power now.
Commencing push. All engines clear.
There we go.
Start at will.
Alright. Both those there. Go ahead and get the fuel switches on. You're pushing back.
Southwest 2255, set and maintain 3000. Traffic follows at your 1 o'clock, 5 miles opposite direction, 2700 descending at Boeing 737.
Southwest 155, we have the traffic in sight, we'll descend 3000 now.
Southwest 2255, follow that traffic cleared for visual runway 19 approach.
Southwest 155, we'll follow the traffic and give the river visual runway 19 approach. Do you have any speed you want us to follow?
Let's see. Well, Southwest 551, maintain 180 knots or greater until 5 mile final.
Okay, 180 or greater until 5 miles southwest 5.
Southwest 1955, same for you.
Roger.
Alright. Everything's looking normal so far. Engine 2 appears to be 100% online now.
American 158, turn right heading, or turn left heading 340, I'm sorry. 350, correction.
Left turn 350, American 1050.
Interesting. Okay, what's going on with engine number 2?
73, reduce speed to 210.
Oh, I see the issue.
Maintain 5000.
My throttles were not.
Down to 210 and then 5,000 for Delta 2073.
Alright, it appears that both engines are started as usual, or as appropriately.
From 2073.
Southwest 140, contact Washington Center 123.72, safe flight.
Set parking brake.
3372 times
Waiting
50,
your
so.
confirmation for a good engine start.
I can confirm a good engine start.
Cockpit to ground.
In that case, we can do our flight controls check.
Unlocking gear.
Give y'all the new yoke cam.
Delta 416,
Flaps full. Flaps are set to full now.
No, where's this, the second guy that was in aircraft on the runway?
Full up. Full down.
No, it was my fault on the second.
Full left. Full right.
To get somebody out between you two.
Can go speed brake full.
No worries. Brake Southwest 531, runway 19, clear land.
Runway 1 out of Glare and southwest 5.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
And approach Speedbird 2 Limit Juliet Heavy is ready for taxi runway 28.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Let's see. Runway 28 taxi via Bravo Charlie Uniform 1.
Bravo Charlie Uniform 1 for 28. Speedbird 2 Limit Juliet Heavy. Alright. The flaps both look, oh, they all look good. Let's get out of here. Thank you GSX for not taking forever.
Delta 2581, departure. Let's see, cross runway 15 at Kilo, continue taxi.
Alright.
American 1058, turn 10 degrees right.
Beacon lights are on. Taxi lights can go on now. Strobe's on. I'll turn on the rest later. Both flight directors on. Let's go ahead and get some checklists up.
What airport is it?
Checklist over ready.
823, runway 19 left, in taxi immediately.
Okay. Flight controls checked.
823, roger, stand by 1 second.
Flaps to 15.
Traffic 12 o'clock, 5 miles, southeastbound 2700, descending at Boeing 737.
Traffic in sight, American 1050.
Go ahead and get.
758, follow that traffic, clear for visual, runway 19 approach.
Alright.
We'll follow the traffic.
And once the flaps are out, our before takeoff checklist is going to be complete.
Southwest 55 traffic, 3 o'clock, 5 miles northbound at 3000. Airbus A319, they're following you.
Southwest 155, we have traffic in sight.
Roger. Delta 2073, reduce speed to.
Can you do a little faster on the taxi speed, please?
Down to 170 for Delta 2073.
Alright.
And American American 1058, maintain 180 now for greater until 5 mile final.
Turn on the rest of the lights in a moment.
180 greater until 5 mile final, American 1058.
And notice I'm not looking at the charts. I know this airport off the top of my head.
Southwest 551, ground point 7. Delta 2581, the wind is 210 at 6, runway 19, clear for takeoff.
Before check is completed.
No, roger, Delta 2581, cancel takeoff plans. Alright, EasyJet 823, turn right heading 240, the wind at Dulles is 220.
Get our departure frequency on 134.700 for when to get the handoff.
Southwest 55, runway 19, clear to land.
And I'm messing up this taxi.
Delta 2073, just maintain 4,000. Traffic to follow is at your, let's see, going to be at 5 miles eastbound now, turning southbound at 3,000. A Airbus A319.
Alright, done 4,000, and I've got the traffic inside for Delta 2073.
Yeah,
Delta
I know.
2073, follow that traffic, clear visual, runway 19.
Yeah, this guy is
Following traffic, clear to 19,
he's doing a good job though.
73.
He's doing a good job though. All right, and there's not actually that much traffic. Just that he's really busy because the only traffic in the DC center areas, all in his airspace apparently. So, all right, the landing lights can go ahead and go on now. Runway turn-off lights on.
Delta 2581, full short runway 19, traffic, short final. American 1058, reduce speed to 170 knots.
170, American 1058.
Delta 2073, reduce speed to 170 knots.
Alright, down to 17 knots, or 170 knots for Delta 2073.
So I installed a new add-on. I installed a new tool. The runway tool from the FS2 crew. I installed their tool, so in a moment we'll get a call out that says approaching 28, and then we'll get another call out once we're actually on it of saying on runway 28.
17,000.
Yes, we're gonna fly to Honolulu when we approach it in the when we approach LAX in the
Delta 2581
in the around the world tour, which are still at Brisbane. We're still at Brisbane.
Delta 2581 traffic in a 4 mile final. American 1058 traffic holding position will depart for your route.
Roger, Tim, American.
Southwest 2255, exit right next to taxiway, ground point 7.
Alright.
Delta 2581, no delay, traffic on 3 mile final, runway 19, clear for takeoff. American 1058, runway 19, clear to land, traffic departs for your route.
Clear land 19, American 1058, we're watching traffic.
Delta 2073, slow to final approach speed, you're gonna look close in the next guy.
Yep, I will be sure to do that, Seb.
Final approach speed for Delta 2073.
And Delta 2073, you're 3 miles of trail behind a American A319. The wind is some number. We'll call it 250 at 6, runway 19, number 2, clear line.
Alright, 19, number 2, clear to land Delta 2073.
And Speedbird 2 limit, we're ready to go at Baltimore runway 28.
Stand by 1 second. ExecJet 823, clear to Raza. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, the wind is 260 at 14 gust 24, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 28. Speedbird 2 limit, heavy.
Delta 2581, radar contacts, altitude.
Approaching 28. Approaching
Delta 2581, roger, climb maintain, flight level 210.
210, 2581.
Alright, let's get out of here. LNAV and VNAV on. Alright. Thrust.
Let's see, Southwest 255, kind of ground point 7.
Set.
American 78, ground point 7.
on runway 228.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Alright, airspeed alive. 80 knots. 90 knots. 120. V1 and rotate. Pause rate gear up. Yeah, it's the FS2 crew something RAAS system. It's alright, begin to put some flaps away. You're out of fuel in the centers.
Contact Washington Center 133.72. Have a nice flight. Is that your 823 coming? Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, heavy radar contacts out to you.
Passing about 3,000. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, roger. Walker 1108, leave my airspace to the east. Radar services are terminated. Check grave, have a good one.
I don't see it.
Yeah, I know the airspeed's a little low.
Delta 7.7 turn approach low to Washington altimeter 2976. Descend via the caps 3 arrival. Expect a river visual on 19 approach.
Not bad. And we're a little low on the airspeed, but that's slowly increasing.
Delta 2581, I lost your mode. Charlie, can you reset your transponder? Is that your 823 time?
And we'll go ahead and let this thing take over in a few moments. Hey, at least we're doing pretty well in terms of fuel efficiency.
No worries, I was just changing it. You can contact Watch Center 123.72 from my
Autopilot on now with VNAV on as well.
2581,
And I do not have the thing rehooked up.
Watch Center 123.72.
Check off the center pumps. Are we climbing via the SID for Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet? Roger, climbing via the SID. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Alright, now I actually need to get the charts up. That's up to 14,000, I know for a fact.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, contact Watch Center 123.72, so on.
13372, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, see it. And of course I put in the wrong one. It's only a minor adjustment.
Yes, I see squawk VFR frequency change is approved. Alright, squawk VFR frequency change approved. 47 off golf. See you next time.
Center, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, heavy is with you. Climbing out of Baltimore on the Dropkin 1.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, heavy Washington Center, climb and maintain flight level 370.
Up to 370, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Alright, that was a pretty smooth departure, I'm not gonna lie. The flight level 370. And we have plenty of fuel on board. After takeoff, checklist is complete. Our next checklist we have to complete will be our descent checklist. Actually, really, they should add in a oceanic checklist. Like, have your clearance and have permission to go oceanic. But yeah, no. Anyway, the new tool, it is the FS2 crew runway advisory and awareness system. It was quite literally $30, and I don't think it is worth $30 in any way, shape, or form. Though I have not tested it to the fullest of its abilities, so I can't say for certain. But still, $30 seems a bit steep for me. All right. still, what am I gonna do about it? And I've already bought it. And I bought it because I watched a bunch of videos.
Look at the Raleigh taxi to the ramp via Alpha.
Of course, my YouTube feed showed up videos of 777's landing, and it showed up, and I saw, oh, these call-outs that I was completely unaware of, and of course I look into what those call-outs are, and it turns out they're in the Honeywell Runway Awareness and Advisory System, and so I look to see, oh, who has a decent one of those, and I look and I find that FS2 Crew has one for $30, and so I bought it last week. Tested it out just to make sure it works. And I was going to stream with it last week. Then I got really busy. But yeah, no, that's what that new call out is. It's the FS2 Crew RAAS system, or I think it's RAS, how it's pronounced. It's the Runway Advisory System. So, yeah, Boston Center is on 134-700.
Dragon 4247, push on to Foxtrot at your own discretion or wait till you're right over there.
So, let's see here. Where's that guy? That guy is... I have no clue where. Damn, Boston is busy. Boston is busy. Yeah. Let's see here. Boston... Oh. The Boston airport's always busy. So, what can I say about that? Well, most days it's busy. How long has Boston Center been online? An hour and 45 minutes? I have our odds pretty good for ATC at Boston. And then, of course, there's nothing after it. That may change. I doubt it, though. Of course, I'm expecting something arriving into Heathrow. And we have... I told SimBrief to give us a little extra fuel so we can hold if we need to. If we need to do what we did last week and wait for ATC to hop online. And once again,
Washington Center, Brickyard 5811.
Literally the second that I landed.
439 to center maintain, funnel 280.
Literally the second I landed at Heathrow last week, we got ATC. And that always happens, and it's so infuriating at times, but at least the week before was pretty good. I'm hoping for a busy arrival. That's all I can say. I'm hoping for a busy arrival. That's always fun.
706 to send up pilot's discretion, maintain funnel 270.
Alright, we are good for standard pressure now. I keep forgetting. I don't have the thing hooked up right now.
FedEx 1314, Indy's closed, frequency change approved.
I don't have. I have a stream deck right here, and I don't have it hooked up right now.
IU2 November A1 Whiskey, Indy's closed, frequency change approved.
This thing's doing a great job at climbing today. Let me just verify that VNAV actually wants me on 37.
Southwest 2382, Indy's closed, frequency change approved.
Does.
New England 439, code direct billet.
Code direct billet, New England 439.
What do y'all think about that for a wing view? Pretty beautiful, not gonna lie. Pretty beautiful, if you ask me. We gotta get out early one of these days. we gotta get out relatively early one of these days because I'm gonna try to replicate the 772 thing on the British Airways website. If you look, they have a really nice screen. They have a really nice photo of the 772 airborne, and it's kind of hard for us to get because, of course, it's of it leaving the background, or it's of it leaving the sunset, right? And it's kind of hard for us to get it. So anyway, until we get that view right there will work well for now. You're crossing the... Actually, we already crossed the Chesapeake Bay.
American 4247, runway 22 right, taxi via Foxtrot Bravo 9er.
Beautiful. Beautiful views right there.
Brickyard 5811, descend and maintain flight level 280 when you transition. Do not exceed 290 knots, Space International.
Okay.
Brickyard 5811, Washington.
Here we go, Brickyard 5811, descend at 280 and no more than 290 in the transition.
New England 439, when you transition, maintain tree 00 knots or greater. Cross billet at 1000, Baltimore altimeter 2972.
In the transition, maintain 300 knots or greater and cross billet at 1000 439.
We're leaving this guy's airspace here soon.
Okay, descend via the Filbo 4, arrival 2967 for JetBlue 706.
Boston to line 134700. Should be getting a transition over to them here shortly. So I built a new desk. I built a whole new desk, which is why you have a different yoke view. And later on in the stream, I'm gonna recruit y'all helps. Help me try to get it a little bit better. I have some extra wood here that I can chop up if I need to. I can't chop it up this late at night, but if I can get an overall better looking position on where it should be. Yeah, we'll do that once we're on Unicom though. And I need to adjust the exposure on this because this thing never configures itself. There we go. Anyway, we got a whole new desk. This is why there hasn't been a stream in like a week. Whole new desk. And of course this thing... Hang on 1 second. Where's the gas?
Yeah, bye-bye.
So this microphone mount just completely fell off. Stand by one. Alright, this thing. I'm gonna try to do the thing I had to do with the other day. Snap that off. Now that can sit on there. Now I can just throw that. Apologies about this delay, just in offense. Alright, there we go. Okay, we move around again. Alright, and this thing gets to get driven into this 2x4. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. This.
At 11, cross billet at 11,000, Baltimore altitude 207.
Cross billet 11,000.
Sorry about that. This microphone mount just completely came off. Ended up dealing with the improper way of just snap the little ring off used to protect the desk. This desk is made out of 2x4s and stair treads anyway, so it's fine.
119 and 0.85 for
Fling pain just happened. Alright. And we do not need any direct waypoints today. Though we'll probably end up holding anyway. At least depending on what runway Heathrow decides to use. But we're gonna try to hold anyway. Because holding is fun. And there was once a day in which we never hold, in which we didn't hold.
21 Washington Center with you at flight level 360.
There was once a day in which we never held, unless told to by ATC. And now we're voluntarily doing it. Because that's the proper way to fly into Heathrow. To hold at least one orbit. Either at Buffington or at Honolulu. If Heathrow is using the 09s,
Dragon 4247, roger, on departure, flying way heading with 230 at 9 runway 2 direct over takeoff.
we're entering into New York Center airspace now. Anyway, the proper way to arrive into Heathrow is to hold. And if we're arriving by the 09s, then we will hold at Honolulu. If we are arriving into the 27s, then we'll end up holding at Buffington. So. It's here. Absolutely gorgeous right there. Absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous wing views. I actually cannot wait for SU4 to come out because apparently the performance is so much better, which means we can go ahead and ramp up some of our settings.
Delta 520, quarter, Bridgie.
Quite lazy, Delta 520.
Boston approach just came online. That'll help out center. That'll help out Boston Center. And we'll be getting a handoff here shortly.
American 2125, Washington Center, common maintain, flight level 330.
Come on, let's get the handoff. We're actually technically outside of DC Center's airspace now. But of course, he usually waits. If Boston's online, then you'll most likely end up in their airspace. Or you'll most likely end up going through New York and on DC Center. And if you're departing New York, then you'll never do that.
American 4247, radar contact, climb and maintain, flight level 230, say altitude leaving.
I maintain 230, leaving 2100.
American 4247, thanks, leaving 3000, clear direct bully.
Leaving 3000, direct bully. 247.
35 aircrafts. Holy. Really? For Boston? 35.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet Heavy, contact Boston Center 134.7.
134.700 for Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. See ya. Boston Center, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet Heavy is climbing out of flight level 360 for flight level 370.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet Boston Center, hello, climb maintaining flight level 370.
Climb maintain flight level 370, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. And we should see New York in a moment.
Jazz 643 cross FDOT, maintain 1000, the Stewart, or correction, the Burlington altimeter 295 Attention aircraft, Boston Center will be closing in about 5 minutes.
Oh dear. I mean, good.
Jazz 643 cross FDOT and maintain 1000, the Burlington altimeter 295 G. Alright, we'll press FDOT Care 556 runway 2 for Groland.
Intercom here soon, which is fine. JFK is down there somewhere. And LaGuardia and York. Or sorry, New York. I can never pronounce New York right. There's JFK. Kennedy. I'm actually kind of surprised that Kennedy is not consistently labeled as busiest airports in the world.
I
mean, JFK gets so much traffic. I mean, in a way, JFK is kind of like London Heathrow, where very, very, it's like all day, every day, they're landing on the runways with seconds apart. So I'm actually kind of surprised that Kennedy isn't labeled as one of the more busier airports. Of course, that might be because of Atlanta, but still. And on the flip side, I don't understand how Atlanta is the busiest airport in the world. I mean, I understand Delta. I understand that it's Delta's main hub, but still. And British Airways doesn't even.
I'm unable to continue flying. Do you mind if I log off?
Approved.
Yeah, but when you say that, though, it's like, I mean, you can. When you say that, though, it kind of seems like Heathrow should be the same, though. I mean, granted, Heathrow operations. Heathrow is incredible with their operations. I mean, good job, Heathrow, for being so efficient. But still, you'd kind of think that Kennedy would be one of the busier airports. I mean, they land all day, every day on the runways. I mean, Baltimore will have spurts of landings, but Baltimore will easily go 10, 20 minutes without an arrival. Meanwhile, Atlanta's like kind of one of those interesting ones where, why is it the busiest airport in the world? Because, I mean, I understand Delta, but still, I mean, it's clearly not busy. It's clearly not busy enough for BA to fly their A380s to and from. So, all right, what's going on here? I heard noises. Noise that I'm a little concerned about. Then just correct the throttles.
Last quick confirm Boston Center, say again.
Yes, Heathrow. Well, the thing about Heathrow, though, that
Jazz 643, say it just one more time, so resuming your...
Oh no, you're right. Just a request.
Go ahead.
We can top out at 3.
Justice for 3, I'm closing up and giving your crossing restriction to Montreal. You can actually your rear service or terminate change advisory approved. Have a good day.
Yeah, but so the thing about Heathrow though is that Heathrow is never going to be the busiest again because they only have 2 runways. Until they solve that 2 runway issue, they're never going to be the busiest again. But still, Heathrow is insane. I mean, I went to Myrtle Avenue, which is right off the threshold of 27 left at Heathrow. Now, granted, this is during one of Heathrow's busiest times, but they were landing a plane like literally every 45 seconds. He's closing up.
Delta 59 Boston Center, hello. I'm unfortunately closing up in about 2 minutes. Change advisory approved. Have a good day. Delta 2629, I'm closing up. Where services are terminated. Change advisory approved. Have a good day. United 7211, where services are terminated. Change advisory approved. Have a good day.
This guy doesn't have that much people, or that many people.
Go in with the Tango. I'm going to be closing up in the next couple minutes. Where services are terminated. Change advisory approved. Have a good day. Delta 59, squawk 5541. Zero T Lima Juliet, change advisory approved. Have a good day.
Unicom 122.8, speed routine Lima Juliet. Heavy, see ya. Alright. Now we can actually talk. Yeah, no. Heathrow is insane when it comes to them being busy. It really is. It's like, and you'll see aircrafts barely have time to. They barely get past their minimums in order to make the runway or in order to land. Right? They barely get past it, or sorry, they barely get their landing clearance before it. And so Heathrow is never going to be the busiest, but still, it's kind of surprising that Atlanta's number one. It's like, what's in Atlanta? Seriously, it's like, what is in Atlanta, Georgia? And so I figured the only reason that it has to be that as busy of an airport as it is because of Delta. That's what I figure anyway. I mean, no, Heathrow makes sense because you have the entire city of London, and Heathrow is, because the UK is not in the EU anymore. It's kind of a halfway house for people in the for people trying to get into the EU but who are unable, right? Heathrow, it makes sense why Heathrow would be so busy. Same thing with Gatwick. And just to be crystal clear, Gatwick is the world's busiest single runway airport, despite them having 2 runways. They only use 1. But yeah, Heathrow is Atlanta is kind of surprising. I mean, why wouldn't it be LAX or Dulles or San Francisco? I have never been to Atlanta, so, but I understand that they have a lot of traffic. So, it's like Atlanta's out in the middle of nowhere. Meanwhile, Kennedy, JFK, it's like Kennedy, Dulles, it's like you have the entire East Coast you can serve. Same thing with LAX. So, I'm not saying it shouldn't be, but so it's like, why is it out in the middle of nowhere? And why is it the world's busiest airport? Because I have no clue. Surely it has to be like one of those major transition hubs, which I absolutely hate. Meanwhile, Heathrow is in a pretty good location. So, holy, 2 hours for TSA pre-check. Holy, remind me never to visit Atlanta airport. Remind me never to get to Atlanta then. Oh wait, I don't have any plans to. Unless BA offers me a free flight, in which I'll happily drive down there and board a British Airways 777. So, BA, if it's not immediately obvious, BA is by far my favorite airline. There's a reason that we fly them so often. You know, I wouldn't just give you all the wing view. Yeah. And actually, BA, the newer economy seats with BA are quite good, actually. And so you can fly with them on a budget and be pretty satisfied. Rather, I don't know about the rest of the airlines, but BA probably has one of the better economy seats out there. And they're finally upgrading all their A380s with the newer economy seats as well. They finally announced that process a few weeks ago. And so they're actually going to stop flying the A380 to Dulles for a bit so they can do all the work on their A380s. And beg Airbus for an A380 Neo, which will happen. But they're going to have to retire all their existing A380s before then. Or they're going to have to beg whoever to add the third runway into Heathrow, which I don't see that happening anytime soon. Yep. And there's a reason that that BA wants an A380 Neo, and it's because their only way to increase their profits arriving into Heathrow are simply to fly the bigger planes. And that's why they love the 777 for that very reason. They love the A380 for that very reason. And I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to bring back the 747 here soon, if it becomes obvious that Heathrow is never going to get that third runway. We should be expecting an update on that here soonish, I want to say. I mean, the 747 will give him a little bit of extra capacity. But you know, there's a very good reason that BA wants an A380 Neo, and Airbus is going to make one, but hydrogen has to be figured out first, because no one trusts batteries on planes, especially not after the new Samsung Ring issue. No one trusts batteries on planes anymore, and I don't blame them. Alright, we are cruising quite well right now. Go ahead and show you all the route for tonight. So I need to get up in the air and I want to get out of their airspace, out of Boston. This is our route for today. Takes us to the Nantucket VOR, then up further to SUPRY, then across the ocean via that, over to Limbrian Expo, and off to join the Quebec 37 as usual, to BOFUM and Dunax, and eventually NUGRA for the NUGRA 2 hotel into Heathrow. Actually, this seems like it should be a Cirque day, actually, to be honest. That doesn't make sense, but I prefer the NUGRA arrival, so I'm not going to change it. Not unless I decide to. Actually, I have not taken a look. Here, wait, my phone up. Sorry, my iPad's in my bag still. So I don't actually have the iPad up. Let's see here. Discord. Dot. 15 busiest airports in the world. Let's see here. We'll see how many of them I'm surprised about. Yeah. Atlanta is, of course, number 1. Which I don't understand how it is, aside from Delta, but still. Dubai, number 2. Okay, Dubai is actually Dubai genuinely makes sense. Dallas Fort Worth, number 3. That's a bit of a surprise. Japan, Tokyo. That's no surprise there. Heathrow, of course, number 5. Denver. How do you... Denver, number 6. Istanbul. Kind of makes sense as well. Chicago. Another one. New Delhi, India, makes sense. Shanghai makes sense. LAX. Another U.S. airport. Guangzhou, China. Something in Korea. That's number 13. Paris, France. That one makes sense. That's 70. Wait. Oh. And then Singapore, number 15. And that is by total passengers. Okay. Then there's another list by international passengers. Dubai, number 1. Heathrow, number 2. Korea, number 3. Singapore, number 4. Schiphol, number 5. France, or sorry, Paris, or Charles de Gaulle, number 6. Istanbul, number 7. And Frankfurt, number 8. Hong Kong, number 9. Doha, number 10. Bangkok, 11. Madrid, 12. That's a bit of a surprise right there. Taiwan, a bit of a surprise. Number 13. Cuba, number 14. That one's a major surprise. Barcelona, number 15. That's another major surprise. All right. Those are all surprising. For the international ones, those are all surprising. Now, someone should find a list of them made by airport movements per land volume, because that right there is like the definition of busiest, right? Reagan would probably be number 1 for that. So I guess theoretically you're looking at then most efficient airports. I guess theoretically it would be a different category, but Heathrow would be up there in terms of ground movements per, let's say, mile or whatever, per square mile or however big, right? But I guess then you're talking more in terms of efficiency, because then Reagan would probably be up there, because the interesting thing about Reagan is that Reagan is so big, Reagan is so small, and they have planes landing all the time at Reagan, but they're such tiny volume. It's kind of impressive that they can do it as well as they are. So, and then of course Kennedy I don't know if Kennedy would be up there. But yeah, in terms of most efficient airports, Gatwick would be on that list most likely, and a bunch of other ones not in the U.S. and not in the U.K. and Europe. But I guess that theoretically that is a different category that I'm thinking of. Overall movements per movements, I guess, per minute, per whatever, or per land volume, measured in, I guess, square miles or something like that. Gatwick, I know for a fact, is the world's busiest single runway airport. At least in Europe. I think there's one that's. I think there's one over in Asia somewhere that's busier technically. So Gatwick's insane. Actually, from my understanding, they're actually going to turn Gatwick into more of a into a bit more of a Newark. From my understanding, it's in the same plan. They're gonna add a bunch of gates at Gatwick there, and they're gonna they're gonna do something with Gatwick here soon. I think they're gonna move one of their runways more south by like 7 meters, allowing them to use both of them at the same time and conduct simultaneous operations. Which, how on earth that's gonna work? Instead of just them building the northern runway, I have no clue. I have no clue how they're gonna do that. Yep, if they were to turn Gatwick into another Heathrow, I mean, it's not like they don't have the space. I mean, Gatwick actually does have the space. I mean, especially for them just to maybe move some of these gates, right? And just add a third runway right there. I mean, they'd have to rip out this parking lot, but it's not like they don't have the space over here, you know? Gatwick's absolutely an airport that could probably do it. I mean, yeah, they'd have to relocate some people. But all these houses are tiny. They're all tiny compared to Heathrow. I am. Most efficient airports, let's see here. Alright. Global Efficiency Awards. Now this is as of 2021, so it is a bit old. North America, Atlanta. Minneapolis. New Orleans, that's a surprise. And then I'm not even gonna pronounce that. And then in Asia we have Hong Kong. But of course this isn't looking though at this isn't looking at it properly though. This is not like looking at movements per ground, whatever. It's looking at it. It's still looking at it in terms of passengers. For the most part, anyway. So, Sydney. I'll show you New Zealand. Sydney's on that list. Then in terms of Europe, we have Istanbul, Copenhagen, and Basel, Mulhouse, Freiburg. That's interesting. Still. I mean, it makes sense that why Heathrow wouldn't show up on every single list, because Heathrow is operating at max capacity by definition. Still. Let me just pay attention to this for a second. Nothing else requires my attention. Good. I'm looking at my phone and let's see here. Let's see, show you. I'm just looking at work. I was looking for work real quickly. All right, everything is normal. All right, good. But yeah, no, Gatwick could out if the UK wants to expand their airports, add another runway for Gatwick up here, move some of this stuff over here, basically cut in half this north terminal, move a bunch of stuff over here, right, and build a third runway or build another runway right here. Because I mean, Gatwick already uses this runway here mostly as a taxiway. They don't really use it as an actual runway anymore, just because they can't. But yeah, so for Gatwick, my recommendation for Gatwick is. My recommendation for Gatwick is if you're going to add another runway, or if you're going to spend all the time and effort to move this runway, well, they're going to have another issue here soon of what do they do about runway crossings, because now you're going to have to shut down one of your runways for a little bit so you can have all your aircraft that arrive. You're going to have to add a bunch of taxiways, or this runway here is only ever going to be able to operate at half capacity. Because now you have to have all the planes that do arrive in cross the runway, right? And so my recommendation for Gatwick is, okay, keep this asphalt. There's no reason to rip it up. Right? There's no reason to rip up this asphalt, right? Keep this asphalt, turn it into taxiway, and then essentially turn Gatwick into another Heathrow, and build a northern runway. Build a runway up here, and then now what that allows you to do is that allows you to do what Heathrow does, and you can land on a single runway. Anyone who has to depart can go up to the north or down to the south, right? You can move traffic all in the same direction, right? Makes it all nice and easy. Do exactly what Heathrow does. And it's not like they don't have the space. I mean, they absolutely have the space, and they don't have to relocate a few people, right? Okay, yeah, they might have to relocate this whole town, but that's nothing compared to Heathrow, and their plan to add a third runway. I mean, Heathrow, if Heathrow wants to add a third runway, then they have to knock out basically this entire area, basically from the N4 over here, basically all the way down here to the Queen Mother Reservoir. And of course, all these people here, they have to knock out Colnbrook, Brands Hill, all this, right? It's like Heathrow, they want to expand operations, do it to Gatwick. So there's a better way to do it for Gatwick, is what I'm saying. And there are oversights that they have not taken that much of a factor into. So, all right. Heathrow actually used to have a third runway. Actually, they used to have 4 runways. And you can kind of still see it. They used to have a runway right here. And if we go back in time, to you can kind of see it in 2014. You can kind of see it, not in the same way though. If you go back to 2010, you can see it more. You can see the third runway even more. And if you go all the way back to like 2003, there you go. There's your third runway. Runway 23 at Heathrow. I can see why they decided to end operations on that runway. And if you go all the way back, you can kind of tell that they used to have a 4th runway as well. Yeah, go all the way back to 1945. You can see runway, some form of runway right there. You have a main runway right there, runway there, and a runway there. Of course, that was back in the 40s, so. But to Heathrow's respect, getting rid of their third runway, whenever they did that, was probably a good idea operational wise, because if you had someone landing here, then you couldn't let someone take off there, and vice versa. If you had someone landing on 27 left, then you couldn't have someone take off on 23. That's a bit of a recipe for disaster right there. But yeah, I guess it was around 2006 that they decided to end that, which makes sense. In 2006, because by 2008 they turned it into a taxiway. So, but you can still see remnants of the old runway today. Right. I mean, you can still see the initial concrete footer, or asphalt footer, or whatever it's made out of. And you can still see how that line still kind of extends all the way down. So, this imagery was taken as of June 14th. That's the most recent, so. But yeah, no, Heathrow, if Heathrow wants to do something nice, or if Heathrow wants to expand, then their only way to expand is by going up here to the north. So, that's not great now, is it? It's not like they're going to add another runway, because they're not, and they don't have the space to. It's not like they're going to add like a perpendicular runway, because that would interrupt operations. They have to pretty much end the entire town of Hammondsworth, Simpson, Collinsbrook, Brands Hill, Longford. So, now, a bit of a better option for Heathrow is make this runway up here maybe a little shorter, right? Until it's just expanding off the M25, right? And then put all your short planes, put all your not heavy planes on that runway, right? That is another option, but then that doesn't factor in more gates for Heathrow. So, because Heathrow's other issue is gates, they just don't have enough of them. So, I mean, you can be on the ground at Heathrow literally waiting for an hour for your gate, and that's not great now, is it? With that said, though, BA does do a pretty good job at avoiding that in Terminal 5. So, anyway, where are we in terms of our flight over to Heathrow? Bound to enter into Munton, and Munton is not online. There's one plane on the ground at Halifax. At least I think that's Halifax. It is. There's some other airport called Munton somewhere up here. I don't know where it is. Anyway. Oh, I don't have the launch up. Oh, whatever. Right, there's something here that I'm gonna try to disable. There's something here that I'm gonna straight up disable. Estimating Heathrow with 13.6 in terms of our fuel. That is quite high, actually. Quite high. Why is it not showing me the recommended flight level? That's an interesting question. Why is it not showing the recommended? Did I not do something correctly? Progress. Did I not do something correctly? I think I did everything correctly. Alright. I think I do want to disable real quickly. Options. Yeah, it'll be in aircrafts. Or is it an options simulation maybe? Service-based failures. Okay, we can turn that on. Safely loads on exit. I don't care about that. No, it'll be something it'll be something else. It'll be in that case, it will be in aircraft options. Is it in equipment then? Flight tablet, yes. Auto, LNAV, on go around, yes. Takeoff thrust rates. That's enabled. I don't know what that means, but that is enabled. Flight test package, no. APU to pack installed. That's yes. I don't know what that means either. Altitude callouts off. Or on. Sorry. I did enable 50 because I noticed that it was skipping it quite often. 50 and 30. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, and 5. Let's see here. Looking for one that says pilot response. Original V1, bank angle. Yeah. Approaching minimums. Altitude call outs. Call all those. One press. Alright. Where is it? Crew alert list monitor. No. Is that what it is? That might just be what it is. Then our max landing weight is... I did increase our max landing weight to be the bigger one. By default, it has us set at 208 decimal... around 208,653 was our previous maximum landing weight. Now I have our maximum landing weight set at 213,188. So it's the bigger of the 277 200 max landing weights. And essentially what that means for us, that now it's a bit more of a challenge, even though in the triple weave that's never been an issue. We can clear that out. Yeah, and in the 777, it's never been an issue with our maximum landing weight. In the A320s, it has been, though. We have gotten dinged by New Sky in the past for landing above our max landing weight. So we do have to keep that in mind. Alright, where is it? Init ref, thrust, no. I'm looking for the wind data. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. Alright. Beautiful wing view. Actually, there's not much to see right now because we'll be entering into Oceanic here soonish. Actually, we're over the ocean for the rest of this. We are over the ocean for the rest of this. Usually we're going above through Nova Scotia, but we're kind of flying right beside it today. In case of diversion, we will most likely, right now, if we have a diversion, we'll end up at Halifax. At Halifax or whatever this airport is. I think this is Moncton right here. Yeah. Let's see here. In terms of diversion, right now we'll most likely end up at St. John's International. Or Munson. Actually, right now if we had an engine failure, it'd actually be diverting to Boston. Either to Boston or back to Baltimore. Then as we get over the ocean, if we have any kind of fuel issue, or if for some reason we use up way too much fuel, way more than it currently expected, then we'll end up most likely down here at Shannon. That's what I think this airport is. No, not right there. We'll end up most likely at Shannon if we have any kind of fuel concerns. And then for some reason, if Heathrow's too busy for me, which does not usually happen, but if it is for some reason, then we will, of course, divert most likely to Manchester. But we try not to divert here. If we can avoid it, we will not be diverting. Though Eddie is always an option. I don't really think it's a good idea to land a 777 at Eddie, just because Eddie's runway is only about 8,000 feet. It's not the longest runway ever. Not to mention that Eddie's not really properly fit out to handle 777s. That said, though, it can technically handle a 777. And so if we need to, Eddie is, of course, a diversion point that we could take. Once again, though, I don't see us going that far. I think if we have to make a diversion for any reason, we have Shannon right now. Actually, right now we have Boston. We have Shannon later on. Manchester if Heathrow sucks. And if for some reason we can't turn, then we can go to Eddie. But I don't see that being an issue. If we can't turn, then we got bigger issues. Like not crashing. So. Oh, why do I have the APU running? Holy. Completely forgot about the APU. That's happened before. Why do I have... Somehow... Okay, I need to put in my checklist. Actually, I'm going to put it right... I'm going to make it into that right now. There we go. Stop the fucking APU. Wait, do I have any tapes anywhere? I'm gonna put this on the on my monitor. Give me 30 seconds. Painter shape will have to work. Just to get to the bottom of my monitor. There we go. There we go. Let's take it to the bottom of my monitor. Well, can you can't see it? There we go. Right there. Speaking of cam, I'll have to adjust the cam. And of course I dropped it. There you go. Right there. Right there. Stop the fucking APU. So, yeah, I always forget that. Alright. Now, in terms of the placement of this webcam, I'm not thrilled with the placement right now. I'm going to recruit y'all's help. Because and if I need to build a new stand for it, I can. But I prefer not to. Right now, that's not great. Alright. So, y'all will have to let me know the position of yoke cam and where you prefer it, because I built a new desk, and I'm going to end up doing a full video on it, I promise, at some point within the next year. I filmed part of it. I didn't film me cutting any of the wood, nor me assembling it. But I did film the planning of it. I filmed most of it. I didn't film, obviously, the part of me going into Home Depot. I got a nice photo of that, though. Anyway, I do need y'all's help with the positioning of this yoke cam. Because I think, to be honest, I think it could be better. And when I think it could be better, it needs to get better. So. No, yeah. Here's the thing I can talk about before we open up Minecraft here soon. The new desk. The new desk is built, and it's been built for about 48 hours. I started it on Sunday morning by making a massive trip to Home Depot. I'm gonna try to get a photo up. Let's see here. I'm gonna try to get a photo up of all the wood, and I still have some left over. I have some. I don't know how well you all can see it. I still have some left right there. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree, Seb. It looks a little too forward. The thing is that I don't really know what to do about that, because it's not like I have infinite amount of space anymore for the keyboard. What about that? Oh, that's. What about that? The other issue is I ran out of screws literally as I was finishing it. So, anyway, I went to Home Depot on Sunday and picked up nearly $300 in wood. Picked up a bunch of stair treads, picked up a bunch of 2x4s. And I built this new desk. And it actually did what the initial plan was, which is to wrap all the way around this wall. There's some storage behind me. I still need to finish attaching the 2x4. Next time I end up at Home Depot, I'll pick up screws for that. The 2x4 is already cut and in my stash right there. Just to add a bit more storage. Yeah. Built this massive new desk though, and it's nice. My one issue with it right now is that this mouse is a bit too far over here. Don't really know if there's much I can do about that though. So, right, anyway, we can go back to fixing yoke cam. So the idea is that I have to sit right here, right? Actually, I'm gonna blow it up just to help y'all out when it comes to fixing it. All right. How the hell did it just break? Wait, what? Okay, it's a plastic bit. That's why. It's only fixed. Sorry. In 1 second. Me dropping it just broke it. Me dropping it just broke it somehow. If I need to buy a new one, that's not ideal, but crappy one anyway. So. Okay, it's fixed for now. It's fixed for now. Alright. Rolling. Yoke. Alright, so right now... Alright. What about that? That's a bit too far forward from my understanding. Right there. The thing is, I'm not like fully unlimited when it comes to this, when it comes to that positioning. What about right here? If I were to put it right here, let me know how that looks. How does that look in terms of yoke cam? Because like, I can move this. I can move this little stand. And I'm just holding it in my hand, but I can move the little stand if I need to. How does that look? Actually, better. Yeah, let me just get some tape and let me just tape this to the bottom of the thing, real quickly. Let me tape this to the bottom of it. Let me know how that looks. I'll put it back up in a moment. Actually, let me just, I'll just use painter's tape for right now. Apologies, I'll just tape this real quickly. I know y'all are trying to judge, but I'm trying to save this in position. Not like that. So if I need to move this thing, it's going to be a little annoying. Okay. That's not perfect, though. Okay, what about that? What about that in terms of yoke cam? That doesn't happen. Yeah, how does that look in terms of yoke cam? Yeah, probably looks better than what it did look like. We are on Unicom, so theoretically I could just maneuver the aircraft in a moment if I needed to, just to see what it looked like. Yeah. Tell me how that looks. Heathrow ETA, by the way, is 9:48. Zulu. Yeah. Well, the thing is, Seb, it's not actually zoomed in. At all. I don't think. It's a cheap Logitech one. It's a cheap Logitech one. But now, if I need to replace it with something else, though, then that's something else. And configure video maybe. Camera control. Yeah, zoom is a non-factor, unfortunately. Yeah, zoom is a non-factor. I would agree. It looks a little bit zoomed in, but there, like I said, there's really not much I can do about it. Yeah, this webcam here, it really is not my favorite. All right, so that's literally being that right there is the way it is taped, literally to the bottom of the monitor. And I'm maneuvering just to see how it looks. Oh, we went up a whole flight level right there. Alright. Yeah, that right there is about as good as that's gonna get, I think. Alright, let me work on something a bit more permanent then, if that's the way it's gonna stay. Surely I have a lot of things somewhere. I'll do digging now. Alright, I have one less area that I can check for. No. Alright. Alright. Let's see here. In that case, painter seat will have to work. Trying to make this look neat. Well. Actually, here's what I'll do. I'll just go ahead and move this block wood that I have right here. And of course, it's using the annoying bit. There you go. I may have to screw that down better in a bit. Sorry, I might screw it. How about that? If that works, I'm gonna receive it like that. Alright. How about that in terms of a permanent mount? In terms of a more permanent solution. Unfortunately, in terms of bits, unfortunately this screws a bit. Oh, I might have to adjust that a little later, but let's see if I have a better bit. That's good. Oh, of course, I just adjusted it as well. Yeah. That'll have to work for now. Actually, I'm gonna ask it one more time in a moment. Once I can actually screw in the wood a bit better. And 1 second. This monitor gets to go. Alright. We'll go one final time in about 30 seconds. Right, we'll go one final time in a moment. Let me take out all these nails. Let's see here. Oh yeah, that right there. I think that'll work. All right. One final time. Of course, I can rotate it a little. There you go. One final time. And I think that right there works a bit better. I might have to clean it off. It looks a little out of focus. Yeah, it does look a little out of focus, but... Alright, if I were to disconnect the yoke real quickly. Yeah. Alright, that's a permanent mount right there as well. Alright, that looks good to me. That looks good to me. And everything's back, right? Yeah. All right. I'm debating whether or not I want to hook back up the thing. Actually, I think I do need to hook back up the thing, and I don't really want to. All right. That right there is a permanent mount for yoke cam. And unfortunately, it's about as good as it's gonna get because I'm out of. I don't have any other options when it comes to it. Maybe just drop it. I did somewhere, I think. Let's see here. Tried. At the beginning of the stream, I was quite literally using 2x4s, or using a scrap bit of 2x4 just to hold it up. With nails sticking out of it to hold up to, for then, about the best I could get it. Anyways, looking better now, so it is looking much, much, much better now. So, I mean, I can sit right here. I can do my thing with the yoke. I can do the thing with the yoke, I can do the thing with the side stick, and y'all can see it just fine. So, and I also have a new positioning for the microphone mount, one that doesn't require that much movement for me to move it over here for when we're doing Minecraft, during streams. But my one issue is that if I move it back a little, it runs right into this panel, right into the monitor that I get to watch you guys on. That's my one issue with it. So, you are all good, Seb. You're all good. So, ice cream. I actually don't have that much ice cream. I actually don't do ice cream that very often. I do crisps. I do crisps more often. Yep. Do sour cream and onion crisps. That's my junk food. my go-to junk food. I'm considering whether or not to throw back in whatchamacallit, the Stream Deck. I have not yet for a very specific reason, and that is I'm lazy. But the other thing is I just don't think I need it, but I'm considering needing it now because with the position of the microphone mount over here, but again, it's not great because now I can't really see the scenes for OBS very well. So just having them like right here might be a bit more beneficial. I don't know yet. I'm also kind of considering building a extending this bit out over here. Try to point it down a bit more. Just maybe trying to build out a little area right here. Just for the mouse. That said, though, I would need to cut more wood, and I would need to go to Home Depot and grab more screws, which I am currently in. I'm out of the correct type of screws. I got plenty of screws behind me. I got a stack right here, actually, of screws. And more somewhere. Right here. So. In terms of the screws I use just plain construction screws. Oh, actually, these guys I didn't use because they bought the wrong size. I used a lot of I used up an entire box of these 2.5-inch construction screws, and I used up about half a box of these trim head screws for the desk, the actual desk part. I built the thing out of 2x4s and stair treads because don't get me started with any of the other wood. And it's solid. It's solid. I'm really happy with it. That said, though, if I had to do it differently, what I would have done is I would have done the framing first, right? I would kind of have built like a standard frame, right, that I could screw all together, and then just screw in the back bits, right? And then I would have put the stair treads on. With that said, though, it's still solid. It's still fine. Right, and you'll see me comment about that in the video that eventually I will do on it. I don't know when. Can I pull up VATS and radar for a second? Yes. Where is it? There we go. We have no traffic at all. We have precisely 0 traffic. Yeah, we have 0 traffic right now. We're actually about to enter Oceanic here soonish. And oh, this is wonderful again. This next part's wonderful. Our current Heathrow ETA is 9:45 Zulu, which just so happens now to be the new London Heathrow time, the local time for London, because all the clocks got set back and UTC didn't, which is amazing. Makes my life so much easier because now I know it's exactly 5 hours ahead. So nearly 5. Yeah, I know. Nearly 5 a.m. Zulu. It's perfect now. The London time is perfect now because now the conversion between Zulu, London local time, and everything is perfect now because it is exactly Zulu time. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Perfect, like I said. So helpful now. Now when I tell the passengers, oh look, our arrival into Heathrow is a little late at 9:45 a.m. I can just look, and I know, and I don't have to do any of the conversions now, and it's so wonderful for me as well. So I can just look up, what is Heathrow time? Oh, now I know it's Zulu time. Oh, what is the current time at Heathrow? 4:32 in the morning is the answer. So much easier for my life. And it's also easier when it comes to converting for local time, my time as well, because now it's exactly 5 hours ahead. Or rather, before I knew it before because I have family over there, and I speak to them relatively often. But still, it makes my life is so much easier now that it's Zulu time. Now, if only we can get every country in the world to agree to abolish daylight savings time. Leave it the way it is now. Leave it the way it is now. Abolish daylight savings time. Give us an extra hour in the morning. Right. I feel like that would be beneficial. Right. Don't add that to the end. And there's some controversy about this. Or split between half an hour. But yeah, apparently where the bill keeps getting held up is in the stupid House, and apparently the reason that why it keeps getting held up is because there's so much debate on which continental is not observed. It is Arizona, I think. I think it is Arizona. Here, I'm gonna look it up, or if you can give it to me. State does not. Yeah, Arizona and Hawaii. Yeah. Yeah. Arizona is the correct. Yeah. Here we have. It's Arizona. Then California approved it in 2018, but not yet come into effect. I can't help but think that eventually it is going to happen. I can't help but think that eventually it's going to happen, but not for a while. Not until the House comes back into recess time or whatever. I don't even know what's going on with the House anymore because they haven't been in session for weeks, and the government is still shut down. It's now officially the longest shutdown in government in U.S. government history, and I don't see an end to it anytime soon. So, I don't know what's going on anymore with the federal government, other than if I'm a member of it, I'm quitting because going a month without paycheck is insane. Yeah, I know the reason that it exists is archaic as well. It's like to give us an extra hour in the morning. It's like you're gonna lose that hour later at night. I agree with that. They need to pay everyone again, but they're not going to. Not until the Democrats cave, and I'm telling you now, the Democrats are going to have to cave here soon. And it sucks that they should have to cave. It really sucks that they have to cave, but they're not going to anytime soon. And until they cave, no one's getting paid. That's though. If I work for the federal government, I'm probably quitting now because I don't see an end to this in sight. I made a prediction, and I'm gonna get way too political here, but it's my channel, so I don't care. I made a prediction back when this shutdown first started that not only that it would be the longest shutdown in U.S. government history, but I made a prediction that it would probably last through the end of the year, considering the current political situation. And so far, I can't say that my prediction is not going to be wrong. I made a very outlandish prediction back at the beginning of this government shutdown that it would be the longest shutdown in history, and that it would be last probably through the end of the year. I still see it. I see it lasting through the end of the year. Unfortunately, I still see it lasting through the end of the year, And I thought back then that was an absolute insane prediction to make. But I still think it's going to happen. I see it at the very least lasting through November, through the end of the month, which is insane. So, but yeah, no, I saw the results of last night's elections, and oof for the Republicans, oof. But to be clear, they went exactly how I expected them to go. It's like no one likes the Republicans right now because no one's getting paid. No one's getting paid. You're stripping away all of our Medicare, all of our Social Security and Medicare, and you're causing chaos that doesn't have to happen, right? Going about international stuff can be better. There's a better way than tariffs. There's a much better way to go about international stuff than tariffs. It's like, well, you could diplomatically negotiate stuff and work together. Even if you don't want to do that, there's still better ways, right? You have sanctions, right? You have reverse lobbying theoretically, saying, oh, we'll be in to give out tax credits to the app for any phones made in the USA. It's like, there you go. That's a good one. That's a good way. There's better ways to do stuff other than tariffs. So, yeah, you could sanction countries like you sanction Russia until stuff happens. But tariffs just hurt everyone. Tariffs, there's no winner with tariffs, and we don't need all this tariff chaos either. We just don't need it. It's like, it's unnecessary chaos in a time of people already being in chaotic situations. I mean, most families in America are already living paycheck to paycheck as it is, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. Now, with respect to the Republicans, Democrats made a bunch of promises, which in 4 years they basically accomplished nothing. And for 2 of those years, they had both the House and the Senate. And so the Democrats have no excuse either. But still, so I do look forward to next year's midterms if they go anything like what they did last night. So, and I don't really like to get political on this channel because I kind of created it to get away from the politics, but overall, I haven't really been paying attention to the political stuff that much recently because a lot of it's depressing, and so I'm okay with going on and on for a bit, every once in a while. So, but anyway, back to the shutdown. It's like, that thing's not ending until, at the very least, the end of the month, if not beyond that. And I don't exactly see Republicans being the ones to cave when it does end. And it pains me to say that, but pretty soon here, the Democrats are going to have to look at their losses, and they're going to have to cut their losses here soon. They're going to have to look at the economy. They're going to have to look at this and be like, people haven't gotten paid in a month now, or over, and it's not going to happen until they cave. And it pains me to say that. It really does, and I don't support it at all. But eventually it's going to have to happen. Eventually we're going to have to cut our losses and say, okay, the amount of damage the shutdown's doing, is it really worth Medicare and Social Security and everything else? So, and the answer is, it should never be worth all that. But pretty soon here, the math is not going to work for it to be. So, yeah. Anyway, back to the flight. Since I turned off the APU, it looks like we have gained an extra ton of fuel. looks like we've gained basically the equivalent of an extra ton of fuel. We're estimating SUPRY at time 510 Zulu. That means we got about 20 minutes to file for our oceanic clearance. We can go and do that now. Sign in with VATSIM. Request clearance. Actually, what are we gonna request? We're gonna request actually 3900. We'll go up in about 250 miles. We'll climb in about 250 miles. We're gonna request that, and we can accept 410 if we need to. With our speed of, actually, can we increase our speed a little? Decimal 84. That's what I usually aim for. Yeah, we have plenty of fuel for as well. Oh, we're in VNAV. That's the issue. What happened to our VNAV? That got switched off at some point. Anyway, we're gonna request Mach decimal 084. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. Uganda, ETA. Actually, we'll give it an extra minute to update. I'll have to give it an extra minute to update. And we'll climb right before we go oceanic. We'll climb right. We'll do a step climb right before we go oceanic. For reasons. We'll do that. And so we're currently estimating SUPRY at 5090. I'm gonna put in 508, but we have a 5-minute gap. 0508. So the current TMI. What is our current TMI? 310. Cell cal before because we forgot to file it. Cell cal. Echo Romeo dash Mike Papa. Okay, we didn't forget to put in our flight plan the cell cal. We didn't forget it. By the time I got to it, though, they had already locked the flight plan. That's what happened. Excuse me. Alright, and I'm curious about something with my VAT UK status. It's been a few days since I last checked on it. VAT UK! VATSIM UK. People don't realize this, but VATSIM is actually a massive international organization. 765, so it's gone down the equivalent of 4 in the past week. 4 places in the past week. They're not able to join any pilot list either. Interesting. Interesting. Now, what are we looking like in terms of VATSIM hours? Because we're approaching 700 here. Oh, we passed 700, actually. We passed 700. 707. And that's not counting today's flight. The call sign we've used the most is Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet with a total of 215 hours, not including tonight's flight. Okay. 2 Lima Juliet, 215 hours. 228, which we flew for a while. 159 hours. So we passed that a while ago. And notice how we have never flown anything other than British Airways. And we've been on shuttle before. So shuttle 45 Whiskey, shuttle 5 Lima, Yeah. I was on Speedbird 22 Foxtrot the other day. Speedbird 22 Bravo is going up there 37 hours now, flying as 22 Bravo. Speedbird 12. Yeah. So yeah, 22 Foxtrot, which I quietly flew yesterday when I was flying with David. Yeah. All right. I have to go use the restroom real quickly. I'll be right back in a few moments. In the meantime, if I can get it up, I have a new thing for when I use the restroom. I have a new thing, and I'm gonna actually create it into something meaningful here soon. Here we go. Your captain will be right back. For now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. And I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Alright, I am back. I am back. What do y'all think of the new thing? Your captain will be right back for I'll sit back for Alex enjoy the flight. What do y'all think about that? Because personally, I like it. I'm actually gonna do a bit more of that as well. We're gonna try to change that up a bit more. So, all right. While we have plenty of time on our hands, what we are going to go ahead and do is we're gonna go ahead and schedule tomorrow's stream. We're gonna do it live because I have nothing better to do. I was thinking about potentially for tomorrow's stream doing a 22 Bravo flight. Though, to be honest, I don't know if that's gonna happen. And so what we're just gonna do is we're gonna do more around the world, and we're actually gonna update the thing this time. We're gonna do some more around the world, and because I would like us to get to Sydney. Sydney, I'll show you. We'll go ahead and schedule that in a moment. Speedbed 2 in the middle yet. Boom bum ba bum ba bum 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 ba bum bum. Limri Expo. So, yeah. Let's see here. Do I actually have any good screenshots that I can use? Because I'm curious. We're gonna use the A350. Do we have any good A350 screenshots? We gotta make a shitload of screenshots last week. We got loads of them last week. There you go. What about that guy? I do like that guy. So here's what we'll do. Go ahead and edit this. Remove the background. What we can do is we can remove it with AI. First tool. Remove the mask. Alright, and yeah, any bits over here that need to remove? No. Remove. There we go, that looks a whole lot better. Save as copy. Alright, and then in terms of this, we'll go ahead and do Google Earth in a bit of a better way. So here's what I like to do. I like to do the top half instead. Go ahead and get up a snipping tool. There we go. Go ahead and take that, and then now what we can do is we can take that new guy, go ahead and bring it to here. That's not great now, is it? Yeah, it's fine. Take that. Where's that copied? We should have another copy one somewhere around here. Unless it's down here somewhere, which it might be. Where is it? Do you have another copy around here somewhere? I just don't know where it is. Where is it? Where did I put it? Where did I put it? That's not very helpful now, is it? Oh. Is that it? Is that it? No, that's not it. Here it is. Go ahead and crop this. Just quickly make it a bit more usable. Okay. Actually, can we that's here. Rotate, flip horizontally. There we go. Actually, hang on, I have a better one for this. I have a better screenshot for this that we can use. Alright, so pay attention. This is how easy it is for me to make my thumbnails and how lazy I am with it. Let me find a decent one. There we go. We can use this guy. Alright. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to do Around the World just because I kind of missed those. Alright. AI. Remove background. Verify I didn't miss anything. Options. Save as copy. That's now what we'll do is we can just add copy. We have to rename the thing. Copy. Save. That is literally how easy it is for me to remove the background on these images. Now it's next. Come back in here. Find out where that screenshot was. Maybe do a little refresh. There it is. Alright. Drag it over. We can go and crop it on here. Make it a bit more usable to me. Rotate this ever so slightly. You can go ahead and put it right there. There we go. And that, we can maybe do this a bit higher. There we go. And now that is literally the screenshot done. Now all I have to do is, that's literally the thumbnail done. Aside from updating this guy. Actually, hang on. To Sydney and beyond. Is that the correct spelling of that? No, it is not. To Sydney and beyond. Download JPEG. And then I'll just go ahead and quickly schedule it. It'll be tomorrow at like 9:30. Again, Don't see us doing it any sooner. But yes, Seb, we are approaching Honolulu Point. Reuse settings. Oh shit, is it? Really? Hang on. If that's number 7, then this is going to be number 8. If that is number 7, then we need to update the thing. Oh shit, I closed. No, whatever. Oh, whatever. Number 8 then. To Sydney and beyond is what you get to do tomorrow. And then Saturday night will be our weekly Heathrow to Baltimore because I'm gonna need a plane, and we have to knock it out Saturday night. Unfortunately, I don't get to saying that. All right, let's see here. Yeah, we have to do it tomorrow night. I actually need to send Grumpy a message. What? Just out of curiosity, what is our current ETA for Heathrow? This thing's estimating us at 10. Now we're not getting there before 5. Don't think so anyway. Estimated 9:10. Yeah, so you're on whatever speed for so long. It doesn't make that much of a difference. We're going to be half an hour before our estimated. Let's see here. Where is it? The AirNott awards around the world. Tomorrow we get to Sydney, so Yankee, Sierra, Sierra, Yankee. And then Yankee, Sierra, Sierra, Yankee to the next leg beyond that, which is actually one of the longer ones. And then I can guarantee that that'll be all we have time for tomorrow night. Yeah, that'll be it for tomorrow night because to Auckland, November Zulu Alpha Alpha. All right, the next. Let me just go ahead and copy that. I'll update the description in a moment. Next, tomorrow. Actually, now today. 9:30 p.m. Done. And then I'll go ahead and just quickly copy over a bullshit description from one of the other ones. Where is it? Reset settings. Nope. Not the correct one. Control copy. Okay. Edit. We can go ahead and edit this. We're using a mixture of A320s, A350s, and 777s if PMDG releases it for. Any builds? A350. There we go. Save. There we go. Tomorrow night's stream is scheduled. Actually, not for. Not for 9. It needs to be for 9:30. I'm not gonna be home by 9. I can almost guarantee I will not be home by 9 tomorrow night. Basically, a guarantee on that front. It will not happen. And then in terms of this for today, I did this description earlier. Route, and I can I need to put in the route for this. The official route. And this thinks that we're going to be using 09s. That thinks we're going to be using 09s. I can almost guarantee that it will not be happening. Oh, actually, I don't know. We haven't taken a look at the winds yet. NUGRA to hotel. It's actually a bit of a weird. It is actually a bit of a weird route, right? It is actually a bit of a weird route because usually if I'm coming in from the south, usually if I'm on the NAT track that it says we're on, usually we'd actually be using the Circa rival, which we may decide to use depending on timing. Yeah, and I am thinking we are gonna have to hold. Actually, right now for Heathrow, I am actually thinking we may actually have to hold because right now we're estimating Heathrow with 15.1 for fuel, and that number's only been going up. To be crystal clear, that number's only been going up, and we're maintaining good speed at the same time. So we may actually end up holding at Heathrow because we're a little closer to our maximum landing weight than I wish. And usually we're gonna aim for the lower number. To be crystal clear, we're gonna aim for the lower number in terms of our maximum landing weight. Actually, I was thinking of something wrong, and I realized I completely did it wrong. Continue setup. Aircraft equipment. Our maximum landing weight needs to be 208. That 208 number, because I was not thinking correctly earlier. Put it back at the 208 number. Right. That means we have more. Yeah, that means we have a better or a bigger constraint. In terms of our, we're at 213 now, so we actually should be fine. In terms of that, with that said, that we are. I mean that's 5 tons we have to lose right there. So. That's 5 tons on a full flight. So, I mean, we could be doing better. I mean, we're still above our maximum anyway, and we are oceanic now, to be so clear. Actually, speaking of oceanic, squawk 2,000. Squawk 2,000 for oceanic. And our landing lights are still on. You can turn those guys off. Taxi lights off. Completely forgot about all those. Flying halfway across the ocean with our landing lights on. Imagine that. I mean, seriously. Imagine that. Oh, wait, we just did that. And we've done that plenty of times before, so. Alright, just out of curiosity, where is the real aircraft right now? Where's the real aircraft? Let's play this game. You know, it's good to play this game. You always get to play the game, and Heathrow will be opening up their normal operations here soon. Alright. 120. JetBlue 7. Speedbird somewhere. Speedbird 2 Limit Echo is in there, in that little gap right there. 9 Echo Whiskey, where is it? Most likely coming in from the south, actually. Do 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 do. Come on now, Speedbird 2-3 Tango. Bunch of Emirates. 1-4 Kilo. 1-2-0. Unless it got canceled. Unless it's still down here somewhere. Which it might be. It might be. There we go. Bunch of Americans. And we have a massive line. York. New York. Damn, what is happening with New York right now? With York. What is happening with New York right now? Because it's like they have a massive line of planes extending. Holy shit! Damn, New York. New York. Damn. You have a massive line of planes extending all the way down to Baltimore. Yeah, this. Holy shit, New York. You've got a massive line of planes extending all the way down to Baltimore. And this guy's in line. This tiny little flight operated by United. Even that guy's in line for this arrival. Holy, what is going on with New York? With New York? What is going on with New York today? Anyway, we're Speedbird. Nothing's awake at Baltimore. I have to wonder, when Spirit goes under, when Spirit Airlines inevitably goes under, will Spirit Airlines, Speedbird 18 Alpha, yeah, when Spirit Airlines inevitably goes under, will Spirit or will JetBlue then enter into the Baltimore Washington International Airport? Because currently JetBlue does not operate at all at Baltimore. 92 Charlie, German Cargo, Speedbird 172 from JFK. There we go. There's seen them enjoy it. Damn, they adjusted their time appropriately again. They're in Tango. Okay. Mike Tango. The 772. Yeah, so there they are. So, but when Spirit Airlines inevitably goes bankrupt, and to be crystal clear, it is inevitable that Spirit goes under at this point. Spirit is going to go under, to be crystal clear. They are not surviving at all this crisis that they're in. And with the current political situation getting worse by the day, it's like, just be 100% crystal clear. Spirit Airlines is not surviving at all. I don't see how they can. I still have a prediction out there that says that they might be done by the end of the year. Their financials are that bad. So, still. Alright, what's our maximum landing weight again? Or, what's our... Yeah, we're estimating Heathrow 15.1 in terms of fuel. So... we would have had more if we didn't have the EP running. But will JetBlue then decide to enter into the Baltimore Washington International Airport when Spirit does eventually go under? And yeah, that is my question. And I think the answer to it is probably at the very least maybe they'll add like two or three rounds to it. So, but still, it'd be quite interesting to see if JetBlue actually does it. Speaking of, JetBlue only operates. JetBlue. I'm curious about what JetBlue's fleet is. Alright, I'm gonna. Actually, JetBlue basically merged with United not too long ago. Our planes. Yeah, they only operate A320s and A321s. So, interesting. There's a few carriers like that who only operate A320s and A321s, right? There's a few carriers actually like that. Apparently JetBlue is one of them. And I have seen JetBlue aircraft at Schiphol before. So I mean, they do a good job at it. So it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see if, when Spirit goes under, if JetBlue will actually decide to pick up their routes, or the now missing routes at Baltimore. So, I'd love to see a JetBlue at Baltimore. I'd love to see Baltimore I'd love to see Baltimore become more of an international airport as well. Now, with that said, though, Baltimore is a little tight on space. That said, that they have the space that they can actually do something with. So, but I'd love to see Baltimore grow and become much more of a domestic hub than it is right now. And to be clear, Baltimore is still a domestic hub. And Baltimore by passenger volume is still busier than Dulles. To be crystal clear, it's just that Dulles has much more of an international player, or is much more of an international player, and that's fine. I mean, Baltimore does have the issue of Baltimore's not technically a class whatever airport, and so it can't technically handle A380s. So, I have a bag of crisps here that I'm gonna finish up. For now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. So I'm trying to get this up. For now, sit back, relax, enjoy the flight while I got my crisps. Okay, and wow, don't mute. And I'm back. Decided to open up a second bag of crisps. Time for a little tea. Time for a little tea. Got some lovely Yorkshire tea here. Currently we are oceanic, and take a look at our estimates here now. Holy, we're estimating Heathrow with 15.8 in terms of fuel. Holy. So we started the stream estimating 13.1 in terms of fuel, and that was while we were going slow because I forgot to enable VNAV somehow. And we're currently sitting not even halfway. Oh, damn it. It's going to delay us by about 30 seconds. Let's see. We're currently sitting not even halfway across the ocean, estimating 15.8 now. So, and that is in selected speed mode, by the way. That's not even in econ. That's not even in econ, and really we can do a step climb now. Just throw it in up here real quickly before we put it in the FMC. There you go. Traffic speed we're too limited at. Heavy step climb now from flight level 370 to flight level 390 traffic. And I'll go ahead and throw that in chat as well. Let's see here. Alright. There we go. Now that is in chat. Yeah. Anyway. And look at that. Look, now we're estimating 16.0 for fuel. And that's with climbing, by the way. That's including a step climb. I think it's a bit more of a race just to see what happens. So, now with that said though, we're at our maximum landing weight now, so we don't have to hold if we don't want to. And I actually think we're going to do a slight route change, for being honest. Hang on, I think we're going to do a slight route change. Here we go. I'm going to show everyone how I do route changes if I have to. We open up Navigraph as the answer. From XETBO. There's some kind of pathway around down here. Let's see here. Yeah, there's some kind of thing down here somewhere. I don't know where. At least there was some kind of airway. Because there is somewhere. Oh, I guess there isn't. Yeah, currently we're on the Quebec 37. Or we're supposed to be anyway. Yeah, I feel like that tonight we're probably gonna end up doing the Zurich arrival into Heathrow, which means we will have to bust out the maps. That's fine. This is what we currently have filed, but yeah, I think we're gonna get the Zurich instead. Let's change this. Go and figure it out here. Zurich 1 Hotel. Zurich 1 Hotel arrival now for Heathrow. And we'll go... Are there any paths that connect? Yeah, so... Let me get a... thing out here. Let me get a... pen and paper. Alright. Let me get a pen and paper real quickly. So we have cause. Then it's usually or Zeb. It's usually or Zeb. It's usually something right above that, or yeah, amful. Amful, and Jezzy, and infect. Jetsy. In effect. It's interesting. I think the last time we took the Sierra Arrival was quite literally in the A380. Okay, and then I think it's Irvin first. I think it's Irvin. Got him. Is what I think it usually is. And then, yeah, from Expo to that. I'm trying to think here. Let's put that in the FMC. We'll put it in the second flight plan. This would be so much easier if I had an FMC here. And I'm going to buy one. I'm going to buy one. The next page, I can think. Okay, legs. Route 2 legs. Actually, hang on. Is there a way to just quickly copy? Hang on. Route 2. Here, where is it? We should have a route button. Route 2. Request it from SimBrief. Select route. Legs for route 2. Okay, in that case, let me just write down all these, because I don't know. Let me write these all down. Actually, hang on. Copy. I just got something. Oh. Hang on. Route 2. Route. Where is it? Route. Is it an ref index? Route. Route 2, let's see. Is there an easy way just to copy? Copy flight plan in 777 FMC to second flight plan. Okay, I'm curious about something. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. So annoying, and I can't figure it out why that one keeps doing it. Let's see here. I don't know. Let's see here. We are a little over the place right now, if I'm being honest. What's the weather looking like? here? Is there like, there should be a, what? Yeah, there we go. Why are we getting a little turbulence? Why are we hitting a little bit of turbulence? I'm saying. Why are we hitting a little bit of turbulence? I don't know. Any kind of storms right now in the area? Hang on, I'm looking here. No, the wind's still. Well, hang on. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. It's your legs drop 2. Where is it? Yeah, route 2 up and ready. I know. How do I get back to it? Route 2, there we go. Load. Alright. And we are... Okay. Legs. No. There we go. Route 2 legs. Alright. We are currently direct to the one beyond that. So that's going to be 50. That'll be that one. Alright, 50, 30 November. Sorry, 50 north, 30 west. That's our next waypoint, right? Just be crystal clear. I think it is. I think it is anyway. Yes. 50, 30. Okay. And now what I have here is after XETBO, what I'll do is go direct to cause. That is the Charlie Alpha Whiskey Zulu Echo. And then I have us to Orzeb. That is the Oscar Romeo Zulu Echo Bravo. And then I have us direct to Amphil. That is the Alpha Mike Foxtrot Uniform Lima. And then to Jetsy. That is the Juliet Echo Tango Zulu India. And then Everin. That is the Echo Victor Romeo India November. And then to Gotham. That is the Golf Oscar Tango Echo Mike. And then beyond that, that is it would be direct to Sirik. Direct to I spelled it wrong. That is the Sierra India Romeo India Charlie for the Sirik arrival. Alright, and then we can delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Delete Donex. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Alright, and so now if we were to take a look at our plan. Here. Alright, if we were to take a look at our plan here. Or Zeb. Why is that being weird? Center on. Why is it being weird? Cause. Yeah. Center on that. Hang on. I'm curious about something. Okay, so yeah, for some reason it's behaving weird. The second flight. Things were going direct from some weird waypoint. From Everin. Is there a thing at Everin? Actually, I think the issue is that there's no. Yeah, I mean, Everin would make the most sense for us. Either Everin or NJAX. Let me swap out Everin for NJAX. That is the Echo November Juliet Echo X-ray. Okay, and then got him from here. Can we center on something else though? Can we center on a different waypoint? Here. Can we center on a different waypoint? Center plan on waypoint 7 FMC. I don't know. I'm not gonna look at it. I'm not gonna look it up though. Or I'm not gonna continue to look it up. Where is it? It's here. Can we center on this instead? Hang on. NJAX. Yeah, so we want to go from got Tem. Wait, what? Hang on. Actually, hang on. Yeah, Tem might not be an option. I could have sworn that got Tem was closer to Syriac. So we have cause or Zeb. So you have cause or Zeb. Here, let me pull this up for y'all. So we have cause or Zeb. Amful. Where is Amful? There's Amful. Jetzy. Infec. And then we go to NJAX. And then GOTTEM. I see the issue. GOTTEM should be at the beginning of that. I see the issue now. And there should be able to see that. There we go. So you go from GOTTEM to... Sorry, GOTTEM should be right after that. Oh, shit. Okay. GOTTEM. NJAX. Where is it? Once again, this would be a whole lot easier if I just had an actual FMC right here. Alright. NJAX. Infec. JetZ. Amful. Orzeb. Or Zeb, then Cause. There we go. Yeah, so that looks like NJAX. Yeah. And then, of course, Heathrow, our destination right there. And if we end up landing via 09s, which I did see earlier, and right now still is currently being recommended due to the headwind. Okay. Then, in that case, it's pretty much just straight from Zurich. Radar vectors from Zurich. Radar vectors from Zurich to fly. And that's not bad now, is it? Route 2. Route 2. Let's activate that. You have discontinuity. Where? Where do we have a discontinuity? Yeah, I mean, okay, obviously right there. Hang on. Well, unless it's now. There we go. There's the discontinuity. Okay. We're on Route 2, and then if we need to switch back to Route 1, we can. Because we have it in. If we need... Yeah, if we need to switch back to Route 1, we can. Yeah. Now, in terms of VNAV, we're estimating 16.9 in terms of fuel, and an ETA of about 20 minutes earlier. About 15 to 20 minutes earlier now. yeah. And there's a 39 now. So, okay, and in Route 1 we still have the old route in Route 1. But now we have now we have a new route in Route 2 to take the Zurich arrival into Heathrow. Yeah. And yes, so I'll go ahead and show y'all what that looks like on the map. I'll go ahead and show y'all now, actually. We'll go ahead and unload that flight import from SimBrief. And we'll go ahead and edit this route. Alright, so we go from that direct to NGEX. After XETBO. XETBO. That's here. Add that. And then we go to... I'm gonna go from... Actually, sorry. Got Tem. Add that to the route. That's before NGEX. Whatever NGEX is. And then it is to infect. Which I have no clue where that is right now. Yeah. So infect. Where's that? Point out. There. After NGEX. Amful. Add after infect. Be passing right over Bristol. Where's Amful at? Oh wait, we already did Amful. That'll be then Orzeb, which is after Amful. Cause after Cause. Sorry, after Orzeb, and then Zurich, which is after Cause, and then change arrival to Zurich 1 Hotel. And then, yeah, Nidget. I mean, we can go ahead and throw out all these extra waypoints. Remove. 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 There you go. Alright, so Everin would be better. Everin would be better now, wouldn't it? Okay, let me go ahead and update that now in our second flight plan then. So Everin. So NGEX for Irvin. Sorry. Yeah. That is Echo Victor. Romeo India November. NGEX. for infec. Alright, let me just go ahead and update that then here in NUGRA. After, and sorry, that is before. NJAX one, we'll go ahead and remove NJAX then. Yeah, that works out a little bit better. Alright, so here's this route. Alright, so here's this route. Here, I'll go ahead and take a screenshot of this for y'all, just to keep y'all aware of what we've done here. Unload. And then here's the original route. So, by doing this, I think we're literally saving ourselves about 200 nautical miles. Here we go. There you go. That for that. 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 Well, actually, hang on. Change that back to NUGRA. And then, hang on, let me just not do that real quickly. Remove that zero quick point. Remove. Yeah, let's see here. Old route versus new route. Old, new. I think that saves us a bit of a massive headache right there. Or I think that saves us significant time. And if HEC is online, then we get to tell them we have a route change, depending on what type of center it is. Actually, I don't have a garbage bag. Give me 30 seconds. Anyway, I think that was a good idea right there. I do think that route change was an inappropriately decided on idea. Fuck. I'm going all over the place now. Holy shit. Got to you right there. Clean it up before it stains. Clean it up before it stains. Yeah, before it stains. Better do okay. Just thinking there, basically. Is sleeping on the bed. Keep way up. No, I'll go ahead and park and go see him. Yeah, no, I think that route change was definitely a good idea. And if any controllers hop online, then what we'll do is we will inform them. Because at the very least, they should be able to either approve it, tell us that they don't give a shit, or give us the new clearance under the new route. So, yeah, at the very least, that's what they should be able to give us. They should be able to give us the new clearance under the new route. At the very least, to be crystal clear. So. And right now we are clear all the way to Heathrow with the HEC. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, hopefully we get an oceanic control on. There's not that much traffic crossing the ocean tonight. Yeah, there's not that much. I mean, we're on that list, on the very few list. But in the event that we get more traffic, which might happen, I mean, they do hop online around this time, or around 4 a.m. Then we're gonna go ahead and ask for a route change. Then they will, we get London online, then we'll just tell them that we've decided to have a route change, right? And they'll probably, at that point in time, they'll go ahead and probably give us direct to Sierra or equivalent. So, but yeah, no. Anyway, that was a very, very necessary route change right there. Going to the south of Heathrow now. We're on the Sierra arrival, which anyone who knows me knows I don't usually do that. Anyway, we'll come in through the south of Heathrow, and it'll be much more direct, much more straight in. And in terms of our fuel, holy, we're estimating 17.1 now. 17.1. Yeah, well, in terms of our fuel, it gives us extra fuel. Holy. So. But yeah, no, it should help us out, though. Alright, give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check on my buddy on the bed right now. So, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I am back. So. Yeah, no, that route change gives us not only an extra not only does it give us an extra ton of fuel, it also we may end up holding at Zurich, to be honest. To be honest, we may end up holding at Zurich. Sorry, not at Zurich, at Occam. To be 100% honest. Yeah, because we can go radar vectors now. What we can do for this is we can go to, this is our old route. Here's the new route. Actually, that's the old. Here's the new. On the Zurich 1 Hotel. Yeah, they're back here at Orzeb. There is back here at Orzeb there is a hold if we need it. Have one there, and then we also have one at Occam. We'll most likely just go direct to Occam and hold at Occam if I had to guess. Anyway, with the Zurich arrival though, after probably Nidget, we will most likely turn base then for final. Wind right now 170 degrees 7 knots. So that's a little crosswind. Yeah. But the 09s. 17. Oh, there we go. We just got updated as of about 20 minutes ago. 180 degrees 5 knots now. Actually, it's moving into it being a 27 day, to be honest. Okay, no sig though. I mean, it's no sig still, but 180 degrees 5 knots. Could go any direction now. Yeah, could go any direction. We'll keep an eye on it, but if that's the way it is, so 180 degrees 5 knots. If that's what it turns out to be, then we'll take the 27s. Because I'll take the 27s any day of the week, to be honest. But yeah. But it just changed to being 180 degrees 5. From being 170 degrees 8. So not only is the wind decreasing, actually. Let's see what it is in an hour. Not only is the magnitude of the wind decreasing, it's also moving in the right direction for it being a 27 day. It's moving to be in the right direction for a 27 day instead of instead of it being a regular day. Hang on 1 second, I'm gonna go look in the mirror. Well, actually, I'll go and wait a few minutes, but yeah, my new haircut badly. Get one this weekend, most likely. So, yeah. Just updated to being 180 degrees 5 knots. So that's moving in the right direction. So, alright, I'll be right back in a few moments. For now, sit back and relax and enjoy the flight. Back. Alright, passenger seatbelt signs. You can go back to auto. Okay, in a moment we're gonna go ahead and open up Minecraft. You know, estimating now. Oh, actually, we're only about 2.5 hours out, so. I mean, 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours though. Look at all that. You know, I'm gonna open up Minecraft for like an hour or so. Because I'm bored. So, and because I haven't done any Minecraft in a bit. Of course, I'll keep an eye on the flight and everything. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I gotta stop doing that before we get another copyright strike. Yeah, we didn't get a copyright strike, but we did get a little note saying, yeah, if you refuse to do anything, then it would be a copyright strike. I forgot what we were doing. And we need to get back over to man. That's what we needed to do. That's what we needed to do. We need to get back over to homeland. We're in it grabbing sugarcane for some reason. With 7 diamonds on board. Don't know why. Oh, we were trying to get a enchantment table, I think. Sorry, it's been a week since we were last at this. Quite literally, a week. Is that building desk, which we'll talk about more in a bit. We'll talk about more of the desk in our descent. More after we pass the next waypoint. Yeah, I need to buy 2 things. I need to buy 2 FMCs slash MCDUs. I need to buy a 777 FMC, and I need to buy an Airbus A320 style MCDU, because both of those will work with a lot of aircrafts, and I'd like to be able to fly more aircrafts. To be 100% honest. Fun fact, by the way, the MCDU is manufactured by Honeywell, an American company. Designed by Airbus, manufactured by Honeywell. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Oh no 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 no. Look at this drifting a little. Yeah, we're not on ice, so it's not as fun. You're not on ice, so it's not as fun. And there is the gigantic villager breeder that has yet to produce a single villager. It will here at some point. I promise y'all, it will at some point here soon. I'm gonna quietly knock out one of these fences good at some point here soon. Or what I could do is I could do a bit of that auction. Now we have a dock that's a little closer. Now we have a dock that's a little closer. All right. Bum 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 bum. Alright, let's see here. First things first, I'm gonna go up there and take a look at the status on the villagers. Because yeah, we need a bit of a status. Oh, I know what we were over there for. We're gonna take out the bookshelves. Oops. Whatever. I'm not worried about it. Alright, what's the status update up here? You guys haven't. That's a bad deal. So that's not bad, is it now? Don't have any potatoes, unfortunately. And I don't have a pumpkin farm either. We'll build it at some point, maybe even today. Pumpkin and melons. Ooh. That is certainly a little tempting, not gonna lie. Yeah. Looks like I'm leaning for some reason. Looks like I'm really leaning for some reason when I play Minecraft. I don't know what that is. I'm lazy. That's the only possible explanation I can give y'all. Alright, I actually think I'm gonna do it real quickly. I don't know, I'm getting distracted here. Don't like how this is not tied in very well. And the way I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna extend this pathway out. Right. What we're gonna do is we're gonna tie it in over here. We're just gonna tie it in over here. That's what we're gonna do. Actually, we're gonna go ahead and extend this pathway all the way down as well. We'll do that another day. Yeah. Now we can run through that portal just fine. Alright. We were building ourselves an enchantment table. At least that's the goal anyway. 10 bits of leather, that's not gonna be enough. 25, let's see. Yeah, we need to go back over there and actually grab everything we need. I can go up there. I'm going to stack those. Yeah, never let me forget again that pumpkin pies are actually great. Okay. Do we have any? We do. There's a few areas that I need them at, actually. There's a few areas. Right here is one of them. Actually, I think it works out pretty well. Actually, we'll go ahead and join this area up now. Yeah, I know it needs to be 4 wide. I know it needs to be 4 wide, but whatever. And we'll go ahead and splurge a bit if we need to on the on new emeralds or on a new shovel if we need to. Only if we need to, though. This might piss me off later, but whatever. Not gonna change it. Because the annoyance to change it, it's gonna be so annoying. Alright. And to be clear, we're gonna build a village trading hall down here, by the way. Just make it crystal clear. We're gonna build a village trading hall, I think right there at some point. But it'll be a while. End or village trading hall first? I don't know. I'm gonna take the end first. I think I actually don't know. I think I'll take the village trading hall first. Alright. That's here. Give me that. Give me that. Alright, let's go. And let's go ahead and get back over to the village. We are in our final oceanic waypoint, by the way. Let's go back over to the village. Let's go ahead and take away all those bookshelves so we can build ourselves one over here. Or so we can get an enchantment table over here. I need to build another portal over there as well. I think it's about time that I do that because we're like constantly back and forth. We're like constantly back and forth between there and here and there and here and there and here. I think it's about time that we build another portal. Do that at some point in the future. Trying to get a diamond pick. Preferably some form of efficiency would be helpful. Some form of efficiency, and I would definitely take some form of fortune. The one thing I will say is that, I mean, Silk Touch would be nice, but I mean, not right now. I think for Silk Touch we can wait a bit. I think we can wait a bit on Silk Touch. You know, yeah, I think when it comes to Silk Touch, we can wait a bit. Don't really see much point in us doing much with Silk Touch right now. I mean, yeah, just preferably some form of efficiency. I mean, we have 39 levels, so you know, we have 39 levels, and we have the ability to do 2 picks if we need to, and we can get a grindstone if we need it. To be crystal clear, we can get a grindstone if we need it. I'm keeping an eye out on the flight, by the way. I'm keeping an eye out on the flight. We only got about 2.5 hours left. Yeah, I forgot. It should be going this way. Might need to close it off just to prevent me from doing it the wrong way. But yeah, no, in terms of sugarcane, we should be fine when it comes to sugarcane now. No, it's just getting all the books. And if I do my maths correctly, it's here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hang on. 2, 4. 8, 12. Yeah, it's 15 books we need. It's 15 books. Yeah, so with 15 books, okay. Alright, well, first things first, we should have some bookshelves. I think in here's an area where we do have some. No. Ooh, I'll happily take all that, though. And I'll happily take the bread. Thank you very much for this. Take that back. Some low on wood. Let's see here. Nothing is in there. Nothing in there. There is something in here. Aha. Some of them. Yeah, so we need whatever 15 times 3 is. So we need 45 bucks. Hang on. Is it 40? Is it 45? I think that does it. If you want 100% honest. I think that most likely does it. Yeah, yeah, I think that was it. To be 100% honest. Yeah, 15 bookshelves. Yeah, let me just make sure I'm doing my maths correctly. Okay, so it needs to be, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What? 1, 2, okay, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Then in that case, 52. Either way, 52 will be enough. 5-2 will be enough. That 5-2 will be more than enough. $52 will be more than enough then. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, so the time is now 1:58 U.S. Eastern, 7:58. Sorry, no, 6:58 London Heathrow. And yeah, so Heathrow should be landing probably quite well right now. They will have begun their morning then by now. I need 2 bits of obsidian. There are none right there. Alright, but as we make our way back, we'll go grab some obsidian. Yeah. Time is currently... Yeah, so... But we'll find out. Right, the most recent meta report should have been issued about 9 minutes ago. We'll take a look at the meta in about half an hour. And hopefully it is changed in our luck for the 2 7s. If it is not, then obviously there's nothing we can do. Right? I prefer the 27s by a landslide. But we'll find out in a bit. We're gonna wait for all of our flight sim stuff and all of our for all the tools and reports to get updated. Yeah, that's what we'll wait for. And it'll be a while, but it won't be too long. It shouldn't be too long before we get it. Usually those things are about half an hour delayed. So I mean, it's kind of great. It's not kind of not great because by the time you get it, it's pretty much outdated, to be honest. But we'll find out what the most recent METAR for Heathrow is soonish. But if it's moving in, if the wind is moving in if it's changing in the direction that it changed earlier, then it'll turn into a 2-7. Then it'll turn into a 2-7 day with absolutely no problem. Right now it's a 0-9 day, but I mean I prefer the 2-7s. And if we can land 2-7 right, I mean it's been ages since we last landed 2-7 right. Not gonna lie about that. Not gonna lie about that. And yes, it is straight. It has been ages since we last landed 2-7 right. You know, it just straight up has been. Let's see here. We need an enchantment table. And we don't have the wood for it. Of course we don't. I'll finish that up in the daytime. Alright. Let's see here. We should have some wood somewhere. More wood. Actually, we're essentially out of wood, to be honest. Yeah, there's a bit more. Oh, first off, let me get that enchantment table. It's diamonds. What? Why am I not seeing it? I said 3 bits of obsidian. Actually, I bet you that's what it is. 4 bits of obsidian, my word. It's 4 bits. I mean, I knew it was 2, but I didn't think it was 4. Either way, don't need to trip across the pond, or across the river here. Go ahead and do it the proper way. Well, or not, I guess. Alright. In a moment, I'll go and grab my iPad and I'll put it right there. Because the iPad should now be working again with OBS. Though I haven't officially figured it out yet. But, I mean, the USB video, it was working the other day, so. enchantment table. Now, we can create our bookshelves. And where are we going to put this thing? I can put it right here. Actually, no, this can be the first building over here. This can be the first building over here. Just for planning purposes. Go, do, wall right there. 1, 2. Fuck. Alright, there we go. Just out of curiosity, what is that going to give me? Ooh. I think that's the good one right off the bat. Oh shit. Nat just hopped online. 131.700. Check 131.900. Oceanic Controller, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet Heavy is with the flight level 390. Request cell cow check. I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing anything. Go ahead, we haven't received anything yet. Our current Mach number is about decimal 84 and flight level 390 for Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Come on now.
Did you set up your SUPRY code on your flight plan, or you didn't set up anything inside the box?
It's not in our flight plan. I believe we put it in for the Oceanic clearance request. But it's Echo Romeo dash Mike Papa, if you're wondering, for Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Confirm that would be Echo Romeo Mike Papa, correct?
Affirm. That would explain why we haven't received anything yet. Cellco received for Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Remain on circle watch. No precision report required. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. And when you have a second, we have a slight route change if you're able to handle it.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet passage request.
We have a slight route change. So after our final oceanic waypoint, it'll be direct to Gotham, and then I have a bunch of waypoints after that, if you are able to add them to our flight plan.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, verify you have a route change after your oceanic exit waypoint, correct?
Affirm.
Is that possible? Your pace that route for a flight plan to me, so I can change that for you from my side inside your flight plan.
Affirm, I'll go ahead and put it in text for you for Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Alright. Let's see here. Just need to, after Expo.
And the radio Speedbird 4901 Delta Heavy, flight level 3701, decimal 85.
0. Request local check on Alpha Bravo.
Alright.
River 491 Delta. Hello there. And the radio copy flight level 370 and marked as 1850. Just confirm that the SOCO will be Alpha Bravo Lima Mike, correct? Affirm, skipper 491 Delta. Skipper 491 Delta, that's copy. Stand by for Zephyr check.
South Delta received skipper 491 Delta.
Delta, broken aboard, remain on SOCO watch.
Main South Delta skipper 491 Delta, please.
And we just sent you the new route for Speedbird to them jet.
Received, stand by.
Alright. And for those who are just tuning in right now, we are getting... the Oceanic controllers hopped online now. And we are amending the route formally. Alright. And the guy just updated it as well.
Video bridge check complete. You're offline.
Thank you. There we go. Yep, and I just saw Expo, caught Tim, Everin, then Infect, M Full, or Zed. For the Syric 1 hotel arrival for Heathrow. So, very, very helpful. Very, very helpful that he did that for us. Yeah, that was very, very helpful that he did that. That he did that for us. So. All right, back over to Minecraft now. Now that our route change has gone into effect. Alright, let's hear it. So we need the Lapis. So we got a pretty damn good first option, I think. It'll most likely be Silk Touch, I think. If I had to guess, that's fine, though. And you have plenty of levels. I'll take that. And I'll take that. I mean, it's not Fortune or Silk, but, I mean, it's something decent. It is something I'm happy with. I mean, I'm not disappointed with that at all. In efficiency with the Unbreaking 3, so efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3. So now I want to sell couch check. You guys are on listening watch, so you're not gonna hear anything. You know, in Breaking 3 efficiency 4, that'll help us out majorly. Help us out big time. And so what we can do now, I guess, is go ahead and work on digging this out. Why were that so much faster? so much faster now. So much faster. Do 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 do. Na na. Here we have some redstone. Oh dear. Dear, is there anything under it here? It's worth getting. Yeah, anything special over here? That's just a bit of a weird. Right here, I think. So, oh, it is. Bit of a weird tunnel. Unless it connects up to a bit of a major one. And of course it does. Of course it does. Of course it connects up to a major one. Alright. Actually, that needs to stay like that. And yeah, okay. This is now this diamond pick is so much nicer to have. Now that's though, gotta be careful not to completely overuse it. So, gotta be careful not to completely overuse my new diamond pick, but whatever. For those wondering, we do have ATC online. We are currently operating under ATC, under radar, or sorry, under the oceanic controller. It'll be nice if we can get London, if we can get the clear to land message at Heathrow. That would be amazing. And in a few moments, we'll go ahead and take a good look at everything. I mean, we got about half an hour till. We got about half an hour until we leave our oceanic. Yeah, actually, it's a little closer. It's a little more than an hour. So, with that said, we can now go ahead. In a moment, we will go ahead and clear out our Route 1, now that that is gone. As official to what they have it as now. Actually, we'll go ahead and close Minecraft now because we have a few things to do. Yeah, let's see. I'm curious about something. Locked by ATC. For this year, Glen Hotel. Yep. Okay. Or full. full. Wait, what? Is as or full and then or Zeb for the Zurich. I have an am full, but yeah. Yeah, whatever. It's following this route, so from Gotem to Everin to Infect to Amfull to Orbez for the Zurich 1 hotel. Expo, direct Gotem, Everin, yep. And it's showing up on Vatson Radar, so it is, yeah, the Zurich 1 hotel. For Heathrow. So now they're taking off on the 09ers. Let's go ahead and take a look here. The wind is back to being 170 degrees 7 knots now. Yeah, that's the wrong direction now, ain't it? No sig. Yeah, no, the wind is back being 170 degrees 6 knots. So, yeah. It's going to be a 09 day, I think. Which essentially means after Zurich gets radar pictures, ILS final for the 09s. That'll be fun, though. That'll be fine. I mean, nothing I can do about it, so. But during this time of year, though, it's usually going to be the 09s. That's what I've noticed. We're going to have more 09s during this time of year just because it's winter and the weather's not as good over there, so. Alright. Let's take a look here. Now we can go ahead and clear out Route 1. Route 2. Yeah. Yeah, what are we looking at? 17.6 on fuel. Yeah, in that case, we're most likely going to have to hold at Occam. We're most likely going to end up holding at Occam then. If I had to guess, we're going to most likely end up having to hold at Occam then, because we're going to try to, because the thing is that we have 17.6 for fuel on board. That's loads. That's absolutely loads. I mean, we are below our maximum landing weight now, so it's like, that's not a concern. Our maximum landing weight was 108.3. It's now, our gross weight right now is 199.2. 192 tons. But still, I mean, we're going to be landing a little on the heavy side, not going to lie. Not going to lie about that. 17 tons of fuel. And by the time we get there, I'm going to guess it's going to be closer to 18. By the time we get there, if I had to guess, by the time we get there, it's going to be closer to 18. To 18 tons of fuel. If not, closer to 19. I mean, it's been going up quite rapidly recently, so yeah. It's here. That's here. Oh. Linus. Just figured that if I told if I had any ATC online going forward, then I'd ask them to do it. Yep. Oh, Linus noticed me. So. Before when at a Heroid routing into Nuremberg. Yeah. My change, though, literally knocks off about 30 minutes in flight time. So, alright. Let's see here. David put out a thing. Tim's. Usually 5:12 a.m. Let's see here. Linus and I are messaging. Well, then you're not Discord. I'm chilling right now. Alright. Generally, if any clearance given for departure that isn't advertised as an outright change much, especially yeah. The initial, okay, someone's been watching. Even Linus is saying that the initial routing I had looked garbage. Sit and brief. All right. Yep. Yeah. No. This flight. This new thing here. If isn't on, get to Zurich, then I'll probably end up holding at okay. Looking where to fly. Saw a transatlantic from Baltimore to Heathrow. Dear. Oh dear. I bragged too much about it. Oh dear. Linus knew just by looking at and seeing who flies from Baltimore to Heathrow weekly. This fat ass is the answer. So. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll probably end up holding at Ockham if Heathrow isn't online. Yeah. Though in terms of fuel, we got more than enough. Yeah, we have more than enough fuel. Yeah, we got more. We got way more than enough fuel. Actually, let's take a look here now in terms of fuel. estimating 17.7. Yeah, we're gonna arrive in Heathrow with like 18 tons of fuel on board, which is insane. I mean, granted, I did tell it to add I did tell Sunreef to add a little extra fuel for us, which is because I didn't know what the weather was gonna look like. But still, I mean, we got 26.3 right now to make us the rest of the journey, and we're estimating we're only gonna go through about another 5 tons of that fuel by the time we get there. So yeah, I got 26 MTs. To last. Estimating 18 now. Yeah, that's more than enough. That is more than enough. But yeah, got 26.2 now in terms of fuel, estimating 17.7 upon arrival. We'll find out how true that actually is, but if I had to guess, it's probably the estimate that SimBrief gives us, or the estimate that VATSIM radar gives us is always horrendously off, even at least just by a few minutes. This is usually much more accurate. So
555, but what's your plus line?
Still in the space. It's gonna be space early reply.
You've got a bit of this from background echo.
Speaker 6 runway. Speaker 6 runway, we are around. We're quite far out of airspace. That might be why we're around 700 miles out of Speaker 6 runway.
Speaker 6 runway, how that camera radio. So on my radar, that shows the wind funds that you require for count timing would be roughly north 050 west.
Sorry, say again, please.
Yeah.
Speaker 6 runway, you're currently entering the oceanic airspace. So,
Yep. Yeah, I always add, yeah, I have some brief,
050 west.
Mm.
Contact 43 north. 50 west.
I never cut it short. Flying a small aircraft has drilled into me a sense of load too much fuel equals load less payload equals make less money. Now I only bring. Now I bring only what I need plus, depending on the situation, some extra. Okay, that's fair. I do believe we are a full flight if we ask. Yeah, if we ask New Sky, I do believe we are a full flight today. Let's see here. Passengers, yeah, we are. We are. According to New Sky, we have a full flight today. Somehow, even though it's the beginning of November. Let's see here. We're getting a handoff here soonish. For right now, I just get to enjoy the sunrise while I talk to the lioness here. Listening to the HF for a bit. Okay. And so far, only 2 of us have called. And there was also someone else out there, like, okay. Yeah. Yeah, what's disappointing right now is what's more disappointing is that the only controller online what's more disappointing is that the NAT controller is the only controller online. Both Europe nor yeah, and then okay, well, I mean, there's Potomac's still online. Potomac approach 3 hours 24 minutes. My word, Potomac's still online. Potomac is still online. I mean, they've been online for a while now as well. And we had Potomac when we departed. Now, granted, it's most likely a different controller, but still. Holy. Interesting. Interesting. Right now we are sick. Seriously. Here's what's disappointing. For basically the entirety of Europe. If the oceanic controller counts as a European controller, which it doesn't, then it's basically the only one. Currently, it's the only one until you go down to Varna, which is I don't know where. I don't know where that is. So, still. Right now, though, we get to enjoy sunrise. Got plenty of great photos last week. I'm expecting a SoCal alert here soon. Yeah. I'm expecting a SoCal alert here soon. Soonish, at least. Yeah, probably about 5 minutes or so. We'll be going Oceanic. We'll be exiting Oceanic, resuming our normal squawk code under our ACARS data. So, yeah. Squawk 3562 will be going in the box once we leave Limerick, which will be there it is. Oceanic controller, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, responding to SoCal alert.
Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, leaving Oceanic airspace. Overhead, Lima Wing, 18501 enjoy your flight, pursue next time, bye-bye.
Unicom 122.8 now. Speedbird 2, limited yet. Bye bye. Yep, we are exiting Oceanic airspace. And then leaving Limerick, we are under our own rules. And actually it's pretty much straight in, to be honest. It's pretty much straight in now. ETA for Heathrow, 1 hour, 12 minutes. According to VAT Simulator, which is never accurate. Just to say it, VAT Simulator is never accurate in terms of any ETAs, and you should never treat it as such. Instead, you should take a look at what it is right there on the FMC. Because the FMC knows you're around. Currently estimating 911. Oh dear, I should not be saying that on planes anyway. Currently estimating 911 Zulu. Fuel 17.9 estimated. Yeah, when it comes to the fuel, it's like we're gonna arrive with loads to spare. We're gonna yeah. Passing Limerick, will go ahead and perform our descent briefing because we do need to perform one today because something the city doesn't know how to descend via the Zurich. Because I don't have it memorized. I just don't have it memorized. We'll throw in an expected runway. We should be getting updated METR by around the time that we pass Limerick. So, I mean, yep, we should be getting updated METR. Actually, we should be getting updated METR for Heathrow in about 2-3 minutes. So that it'll take a little extra time for it to update everything and to go throughout all of our systems. Right now, there. What do y'all think about that for a wing view? Not bad, actually. Gonna wake up the passengers here soonish. I prefer that one better. That one's better for today. Snipping's good. Snipping tool. There you go. Go ahead and just throw that in there. Actually, now's a good time to get a bunch of screenshots. Freaking love the sunrise, to be honest. See here. Yeah, that's pretty ugly. Yeah, I don't know what to think because the 777 doesn't look right. It doesn't look right in these conditions. It just doesn't. It doesn't look right at all. But we got a bunch last week, so I mean, actually, let's take a look at all the screenshots we got last week. That one right there is a good one. That one right there, I think that one right there is what we are using for tonight's screenshot, right? Not that one exactly. So that one's one of my favorites still. Right, that one right there is perfect. Actually, that one right there is going to end up on my tablet here soon. Actually, I'll be right back. I want my tablet. I'll be right back. There we go. Here's my iPad. Here, put this guy in. And of course, I have the wrong direction. All right, let me go ahead and try to do this, manage this in OBS. Is it? Here, here's what we can do. We can do that. What we can do is actually duplicate this guy, make it with iPad. And instead of us having that, what we'll do is, instead of that, we'll go ahead and do video capture device. It'll be go ahead and enable an iPad. It's not that one. It'll be USB video. And I might have to re-put that guy in. Is it showing up yet? Is it showing up yet? Wait, did I? Oh, should I mess that? Hi. Mess that guy up. How did I mess that guy up? Wait, what? Y'all can still hear me, right? Yeah. No, I didn't mess that up. Why are we at full throttle? Why are we at full throttle right now? I don't know. Where are we at full throttle? I don't know. Why is our parking brake set? There we go. Did that have something to do with that? I gotta ask Grumpy what the issue is with the parking brake setting, because I don't know. And I'm too lazy to figure it out. So I feel like if I mess it up for the triple only, I'll mess it up for literally every other aircraft. So now, why is it that the iPad's not showing? Configure video. Why is it that it's not showing? And before anyone recommends me restart OBS, I'm not doing that. Because it should be showing in camera. I mean, unless it's damaged. It's a cheap capture. It's a cheap capture card. I might, at some point, just purchase an actual, like, something capture device. At some point, I don't know. Anyway. Right now, then, get to live without it. right now, then we get to live without it. Passing Limri. Yeah, passing Limri, we'll go ahead and throw in. We'll go ahead and begin to perform our descent briefing, considering we got only about an hour left. Well, we got a little over an hour. To be 100% honest, we got a little over an hour. See if the winds are changing in the direction that I would love them to change in. Just to say it, it's the Boeing 777, not the Boeing 777 or whatever. And if you want to get more advanced than that, sorry, I was watching a video earlier. The pain of some of the news idiots saying, "Oh, it's a Boeing 777 and it's crashed." It's like, no, it's a Boeing 777. You dumb pieces of shit. It's not pronounced 777. You don't hear the Boeing going out and saying it's a 777. You don't hear any pilots call it a 777. You don't hear any of the maintenance guys calling it a 777. You don't hear any of the air traffic controllers calling it a 777. No, they call it either a 772, a B772, a Bravo 772, a Bravo 773, or appropriate, a 77 Whiskey 77W, or they call it a fucking 777, or just simply triple. I'm a fucking idiot. Personally, I love the triple though, and I'm excited for the 777X. Okay, where's my phone at? Because alright, so the desk. Might notice behind me I have a nice new desk. And if I bring up Yoke Cam, I also have a nice new desk. Nice new desk right here. Yeah, I am gonna do a video at some point on it in the next year, I think. For anyone who knows me well, I absolutely hate video editing because it has everything to do with Adobe. So I think Adobe does a great job at ripping people off and just pissing me off overall. Adobe does a great job at pissing me off overall. They do an even better job at getting me annoyed and making me not want to use their products. With that said, though, they do genuinely make the best products in the industry. But not only that, but it's like Adobe products have such a high background usage while you're not using them. Right? It's kind of annoying. That said, though, what else am I supposed to do? So, by the way, I'm gonna do a end of world landing, whatever, or end of the year thing. I'm gonna begin to work on that here soon because I need to. Anyway, this will be our first landing with the new desk in the 777. So now, but I'm gonna give you all a sneak peek into the chaos that I went into with building the desk. go ahead and give y'all this view. Here I'll go. That right there was the massive little wood that I bought from Home Depot. That right there is about $250 worth of wood right there. And I still have a few 2x4s left over. I still have 4 plus some spare bits down in there. And I still have an extra stair tread. I built out of stair treads because stair treads, it's actually really good wood for the price. I mean, they're a little bit more expensive, but it's still solid wood, right? I don't have to worry about getting cheaped out, right? It's not MDF, which I absolutely hate. It's not that weird fiberboard material. It's not it's not OSB or whatever it's called. You know, it's proper true wood. I bought pine. I bought some pine wood stair treads and 2x4s. And now, if you'll excuse me, I just got to make sure that the rest of these photos that I have here are good. Yes, they are. Alright. Yeah, and then of course, after bought all the wood, I set up the saw. My dad's not a construction guy. My grandfather is. Fortunately, he still had a saw I could use that he hasn't used in like a year that I could borrow, and I did. Actually, I still have it because I haven't gotten a chance to return it yet. Not like he's gonna use it though. It's not rude. Cut all the legs. Cut. I think it was 20 of them total that I ended up cutting. Yeah, cut all the legs. I just set up a little jig for it. And then I actually had to cut down a lot of the legs again. Because you see the little height difference here. Something. I didn't pay attention to the plan that I made. And I completely forgot about the separation, right? And so I completely forgot about the extra 2x4 that I'd be putting at the top, just to make everything nice and sturdy, just to make just get the stair treads to not be the frame. Yeah. You know, I forgot about that. I stood up for the first time and I was like, oh shit, this is too high, and that was about that point. So anyway, I eventually I got it. Right, so I stood up that side and I was like, I don't want to mess around with that. And so what I did then is I cut all the other ones down a bit more, and then I had to cut them down again to make them a little bit more comfortable. And because I had completely started, well, I decided to do, for some reason, this part of the desk and this part here, the actual like L-shaped part, completely differently. Don't ask me how I ended up doing it differently. I wasn't really paying attention at that point. But I did it differently. So, oops. Anyway, I had to cut down the L-shaped part again. Basically, the issue is basically what the issue was back here. I had a 2x4 like this, right? And I had the leg. So I had the 2x4 like this. Then the leg coming down, right over here. For some reason, I didn't do that, and I think it was more just a matter of this side over here is much bigger, right? So the rest of the desk, it's only made out of a single stair tread wide, which is not very wide. It's only about a foot wide. Over here is wider because I did two, and I did that for a very good reason. Over here is where I can have plenty of space, right? And I can have a fridge down here. Anyway, right, and so that, of course, that's fine, right? It was good height, but then over here, because of the extra framing requirements for over here, because it's not plain rectangle, it's an L shape, right? what I had to do was I had to cut down some of the legs again. So that way it would actually be the same height, because this part here is like this part here is like the actual desk part. The actual part that I'm actually using. So anyway, that's what happened there. That's why I had to cut some of the legs 3 times, which is fine. I just made the adjustment on the jig. Cut them down. The cutting actually was very easy, and yes, I did wear hearing protection, for anyone wondering. So I wore the hearing protection that I needed. Yeah. Can't really say much about that. Now in terms of the screws, I messed up not once but twice when it came to the screws. It's annoying. Then I had a bunch of issues. Actually, I messed up like 3 times. So, first things first. I bought this box of screws. Only 1 1/4 inches. I saw 2 1/4 inches. I don't know how. That's what I saw on the box. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I didn't get much sleep Sunday night, which is when I was, or sorry, Saturday night. Maybe that was the issue. Anyway, these screws, I took one out of the box, tried to screw a 2x4 in, and I was like, these are way too short. And so what did I have to do? I had to go back to Home Depot after I cut down the legs, because I would eventually cut down the legs, right? Bought both of these packs. The issue, we're into the issue with this pack. The issue with this pack, actually this pack here is perfect. 2.5 inch screws. Yeah, this pack here is perfect. Absolutely nothing wrong with this pack, aside from the fact that I did run out near the end. And so what I ended up doing is a lot of the legs on the back part or on this final L-shaped part are more pocket holes than more unofficial pocket holes. Right, the way you're officially supposed to do pocket holes is by drilling holes and then doing it. I didn't drill any holes here. And so I was lazy, and it's construction wood. It's construction wood. It's not. I mean, this desk is not meant to look beautiful. It's meant to be functional. And then when it came to these screws, and yes, I'm paying attention to the flight. We already have to do our descent briefing in a moment. Then I also got these screws in that same trip to Home Depot. Trim head screws, 1/5/8. These guys here were perfect in terms of screwing in the actual boards. Sorry, the actual stair treads into the framing. Yeah, they're perfect. The only issue is that they have a different bit for some reason. And I guess it is fair because these are much smaller screws, just in terms of width, right? In their trim head, they're right. So, but my issue is that the bit that it came with did eventually strip out slowly. It actually got to the point where, with one of the screws, that I couldn't get it out no matter what I tried. I mean, I tried the pliers trick. I tried it. Right. What I literally had to do is I literally had to bust out the rotary tool and literally just shave the head off. And there's still a nice nasty mark on the desk about that. So, and I'm not going to sand it away yet anyway. There's still a few things I need to do with the desk. I'm not going to sand it because I actually prefer the look of unstained wood. Not to mention what would sanding realistically do here. Probably not much. I mean, it's an indoor environment. It's my desk. It's a desk that I need to last in the next 2 years. So I'm moving in 2 years anyway. That's it though. I do need to go and grab some wood filler, fill in just a few of the imperfections. I'll do that at some point in the future. And I might do that off camera as well. So anyway, that's what it initially looked like. I don't bring up a photo of what it looks like now. In a moment. Let's see here. Let me find a photo of what it looks like now. you know, that's what it looked like. Not as of last night, but the night before. And there's not much. There hasn't been much change to it. You have the L part here, and then you have, of course, you have the back part there, and everything else straight. It was a fun little project, though. Sorry, a big project. It was a fun project. Yeah. Of course, that's what it looks like without everything on it. So, from a different angle. I mean, you have the back part, obviously, and yeah. So. Yeah. Now, if I had to do it again, which I'm certain at some point in time I will end up building a desk again. When I do it again, one thing I am going to do is, the way I built this guy was I built the frame around the steer treads. Right, as in, I would cut down this back bit of wood, right, and then attach the legs, screw that piece of wood into the steer treads, and then you know, build and then screw in all the legs, right. If I had to do it again, I would not do that. What I'd do instead is I'd build the frame and then add the steer treads on top. And that allowed me to, and when I do that again, that's what I'm going to be doing. And what that will allow me to do is get everything a lot more precise. And it'll also make my life about 1,000 times easier. Now I can stand the thing up without the weight of the steer treads on it. And trust me when I say that's a bit of a mess right there. Well, it wasn't a bit of a mess, but it was annoying. But yeah. Anyway, coulda, shoulda. Next time will. Alright, we have a descent briefing we need to do. Go ahead and get an off-graph now. What is the current Heathrow matter? So 23 minutes ago. We should be getting one. Yeah, we should be getting one here soonish, but nah, can't wait for that one. Yeah, our current Heathrow ETA is 09, so... Wait, what? We still got about another hour or so before we arrive in Heathrow. That said, though, we do need to perform our descent briefing now. Alright. For Heathrow, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pull this up on my tablet so I can make notes if I need to. Or on my iPad right here. And let that import from SimBrief. Super 2, let me try it. Is this the correct one? No, that is the wrong one. Import. This one's the correct one. There we go. Alright. Yeah, the Sierra 1 hotel arrival for Heathrow. And what that calls for is we have Orzeb. We have waypoint Orzeb where we do have a hold if we need it. And then we go direct. Here, let me just go make sure y'all can see this. Then we go direct to waypoint Zurich to be at Zurich at level 140. We go to Nidget. And then Lima Whiskey 03 with a max speed of 250 knots. And then we have a hold at Occam max 220 knots. Okay, that's not bad there. If we get any ATC, I think it's pretty clear at this point in time, it's going to be a 09 day. With a bit of a crosswind. 6-knot crosswind. The wind is 170 degrees, 6 knots. Actually, we can go and throw in the Zurich now into the FMC. Okay, departure arrival. Zurich 1 hotel. And what are they using in real life right now? Holy, how did Speedbird 2 Limited beat us today? They came in from the north. Oh, they did do the weird thing. Damn. Oh, they're beating us today. Oh, that's why. They got now an extra hour early. That's why. Yeah, they're landing via 09 left right now in real life. And what is VATSIM using? Probably about the same. Takeoffs. Yeah. I think we can expect 09 left. I think 09 left is a safe call to make at this point. Unless it's 09 left. Occam transition. Now, if ATC is online, whether it be tower or ground, I'm hoping it's tower. Then we'll most likely, from about Sirik or Nijit, what we'll do is, or actually, yeah, from about Nijit, most likely we'll go ahead and do radar vectors. ILS-09 left final. There's no real point in doing it, in not doing it if ATC is not, if ATC is online. That said, though, if ATC is not online, then we will go ahead and do. Then we won't do that. We'll hold. We'll hold at Occam. Actually, we can go and throw in that hold now, to be honest. Hold at OCK. We can go and cancel the hold if we need to. At Occam. Yep, hold at Occam. Yeah, wait, why is this being weird? Why is it being weird? I feel like I should know. I feel like I know how to do this. Hold at Occam. Hold. There you go. I do know how to do this. The inbound course is 091 degrees. Right turns, 1 minute legs. That's all correct. We can go ahead and execute the hold at Occam then. If there's no HEC online, which right now there is currently not. We are approaching our top descent in about 100. We'll be getting it a little earlier than that, but if we're a little late in the descent, because we're gonna hold anyway, unless we get ACC online, then we can hold. Then we can descend in the hold if we need to. Because I can guarantee we'll be the only ones holding. Not to mention we are currently estimating Heathrow with 17.5. That's a little bit better. Still a little heavy. 17.5 for fuel. No, that's a little bit better. I mean, we're well below our maximum landing weight, but still. So we have the ability to hold. Every aircraft arriving to Heathrow holds. You may as well do it the right way and hold. So then our top descent is in 221 nautical miles. That seems about right. At 9:17 Zulu. Oh, sorry, at 8:47. So in about 27 minutes. Okay. I don't know why I was so concerned about timing, but all right. Now, in terms of 09 left, take the ILS approach. Occam transition. Radar vectors most likely from Occam. Go ahead and give y'all this real quickly. Alright. Yeah, it'll most likely be radar vectors from Occam if I had to guess. Is that I'm not seeing it? No, whatever. Yeah. Now. Let's see here. In case of go around, which because it's a crosswind landing is always a possibility, it is a climb straight ahead, passing 1,580 feet, or yeah, or 0.0 DME, or whatever is later. It'll be turn left on a track of 036 to 3000. All right, that is noted. Our transition altitude is altitude 6,000 feet. Let's see here. We can go ahead and throw in the bar right now, which is 279. By the way, I'm doing all this for y'all because I already know this stuff. Well, actually, I don't know this year because usually we're on the NUGRA. $279 on the borrow. The current QNH. Actually, we're gonna wait for the updated stuff to come out. Yeah, we're gonna wait for the updated stuff to come out, which will come out in probably about 10-15 minutes. I mean, Heathrow will do it. Will give it out automatically, but of course it takes NAVGraph and everything else some time to get the updated matter. That's fine though. It is tempo, so I don't know. What does tempo mean when it comes to meta again? I kind of suck at meta. Temporary fluctuation of periods lasting of 30 minutes. Okay. Temporary fluctuations. Visibility is 9999, so we should be fine in terms of visibility. There's no reason that we can't land it ourselves today. QNH is 1005. Go ahead and actually prepare that now. Switch it over to HPA. 1005 in the QNH. Just go ahead and put that right there for right now. We intercept at 7.5 DME. Yeah, we intercept at 7.5 mile final at altitude 2,500 feet. So we'll just set in the turn in the basement. Wanted to make sure that altitude's in. Yeah, there's really nothing special. There's really not much special beyond that right now, though. Yeah, we gotta make sure we are able to receive DME, which we are able to. As we can see right now, we are able to receive DME, not to mention we are in triple, so we better. I think there's one, I don't, to be honest, I really don't know if there's a plane that lands more often at Heathrow than in 777. Actually, that's actually, that makes me curious then. What is the most used aircraft at Heathrow? If anyone knows, throw in the comments, because I'm actually like genuinely curious. But I think a triple would probably be quite up there. Probably a tie between the triple or the Dreamliner, if I had to guess. I mean, the Dreamliner's new, but a lot of airlines use it, and more. So, rather think the triples are being. The triples are a bit more outdated, though. I don't know. But yeah, if I had to guess, it would be a tie between the triple or the Dreamliner. I mean, when I was at Myrtle Avenue a few months back, I mean, it was just triple after triple after triple. I mean, I saw a lot of Dreamliners as well, but I mean, for the most part, it was just 777 after triple after triple. Mixing in there with, of course, a few A320s, but still. And the A320s are not what makes up most of BA's fleet. What makes up most of Heathrow is long-haul flights. You want to fly short-haul? Go to Gatwick. Go to Stansted. Go to Luton. But, I mean, the landing fees that Heathrow has for short hauls is It just makes short hauls not really that economical, except for BA, because you can transfer people from a BA from like Schiphol to another person, or to a BA flight or whatever. So the BA can access more locations than KLM. I mean, I know that there are technically some exceptions here, but I don't really consider an international airport if BA doesn't operate a route to it. If BA and at least one other person don't operate a route to it. So anyway, that's just my personal opinion there. Why are we waving all about right now? I have no clue. Anyway, we are direct to Gotham right now. Passing Gotham about now. We can actually go direct to Zurich now. Sorry, not Zurich. We'll go direct to Zeb. Then we'll begin our descent in about 100 nautical miles or so. In the meantime, though, we are kind of all over the place. I don't fully understand why. That crosswind's why. The cross tailwind. Passengers can't be comfortable. Now it's a cross headwind. Alright, have we gotten that updated METAR yet? We have. The new winds are 140 degrees 5 knots. That's better, actually. It's much better for us. QNH still 1005, temperature 140.13. No clouds detected as of 8 minutes ago. That's better. That is much, much, much better. So we're not even using half our engine power, though. That's good. I will take as little engine power as needed. Any kind of ATC yet? Let me just look at VATSIM radar on the iPad real quickly. I'm too lazy to use anything else. Come on, VATSIM radar. Could kinda use it going a little faster. There's only 3 people online at Heathrow right now. Oh dear. There are only 3 people online at Heathrow. I think there goes our chances of getting an ATC. That said, though, how many arrivals are we having now? 1, 2, 3, 4 arrivals. We have 4 arrivals into Heathrow right now. 1 departure. 4 arrivals, 1 departure into Heathrow. By the time we get there, it's like, okay, we have another arrival into Heathrow. We have, who is it? Who's this AirNott arriving into Heathrow? No, we got an AirNott arriving into Heathrow. Aer Lingus arriving into Birmingham. Oh dear, that's one short flight. Yeah, I think if we're gonna get anything, it's gonna be some kind of center. I think if we get anything, it's going to be some kind of center. Or some kind of approach or something like that. Because, oof, the separation is bad right now. Not as bad as real life, to be crystal clear. I mean, still safe levels. Well, safe is a relative term when it comes to VATS and idiots, so. Still nothing compared to Heathrow. And compared to real life. In real life, you get barely 2 miles of separation. Which should not be allowable. Yet somehow Heathrow does it. Somehow they do it. And yeah, I could never. 2 mile. I get stressed about 3 miles separation. Yet Heathrow lands all day with barely 2, and it's like, Heathrow will have like 5 people on final. So. Imagine that stress, though. Imagine the stress. Let's see here. 3 aircraft on final. Nicely done, guys. Nicely done. Nicely done, ladies and gents. We have another BA. Okay, how many arrivals are there in Heathrow right now? $29! My goodness! 29 arrivals in Heathrow, 17 takeoffs for 4 pre-files. Okay, in terms of landings, let's see here. Speedbird 104 from Dubai in a Dreamliner. We have a Speedbird. We have Speedbird 23. Sorry, my bad. We have Speedbird 323 Victor. Actually, I should show you all this. There's some. There's rain right before there. Yeah, dear. Alright, we have Speedbird 323 Victor from France. We have Lufthansa 4 Sierra Golf from Frankfurt. We have American 713 from... That doesn't make sense, but EGMN. Wait. My bad. ENGM, so no, somewhere. We have AirNott 310 from Eddie, Speedbird 775 from ENGM. Then I have no clue where that is. And you have Speedbird 2 Limited, which is us, from Baltimore. And yeah, it looks like we marked the end of... Yeah, it looks like we marked the end of some of the chaos for a bit. Yeah. We're probably ending up holding though. Try to get some kind of ground or tower online. Is the goal anyway. Apologies about that. Yeah, we're gonna wait. We're gonna hold. Hopefully we get some kind of someone online. And of course if we get tower online, yeah, I mean if we get tower online while we are on the arrival, then we'll turn the plane around and we'll actually just go straight in. But I don't see it happening. To be 100% honest, I don't see it happening until we hold. And it's 3:35 in the morning, and we're about ready to descend. So it's like, usually I'm used to this at 5 a.m. And I know we just recently had the clocks change back an hour, but I'm still fine for an extra hour and a half. I'm fine to hold for another 20 minutes. And yes, I have a shift at 2, but get plenty of sleep. Tonight's plans are more around the world tour than I was initially going to do the 2-2 Bravo flight tonight, but I have a 2 to close tonight, so I would kind of like the flexibility of around the world tonight. And we'll do 2-2 Bravo tomorrow night. Go ahead and just swap the plans. All right. Swap the plans for now. Top descent is in about 60 miles. Initial descent down to flight level 140. That'll be the plan anyway. If I have nothing going on in Discord that I have to pay attention to. I don't think so. Yep, nope. Gatwick's online. Gatwick Tower's not hopping online now. No one for Heathrow yet, though. Heathrow's where you need it. But, of course, I know that Heathrow just straight up has a much more limited selection in terms of potential controllers. And so I'm not too disappointed. One of the evaluations, so at the end of the year, where I'm going to do a whole evaluation on the Baltimore Heathrow flights in general for the channel. And I'm considering switching them from Baltimore to Gatwick, or from Dulles to Heathrow, or something else. But I think going to Gatwick would probably be quite beneficial, because overall Gatwick has ATC a bit more often than Heathrow. The issue with Heathrow is that you have to deal with all the idiots. So there's not much you can do. Yeah. So, I mean, we could test our luck, though. We could test our luck. If I didn't have any viewers, which right now we're saying we have 2, I would be doing our passenger briefing, but I don't want to embarrass myself today. So, the mistake of doing the welcome to Heathrow thing. I witnessed someone else doing that last week, not at Heathrow, or a few weeks ago, not at Heathrow, but at Singapore, as I was departing. So, just left them with the words "beautiful," and let their brains cook for a bit. So evil of me. So evil. Whatever. You guys make mistakes. It's fine. It's fine if you want to do it. I usually do, but I'm gonna begin to pre-record everything. I'm gonna begin to pre-record those, and maybe I'll get like an Arduino setup or something. I actually don't even know if I have an spare Arduino anymore, because I think I threw out all my other stuff. But like a Raspberry Pi or something. Cabin noises. Right, and maybe I'll throw in some values and let AI figure it out. Just in like a little tablet, like right here or something. A little Arduino or whatever. Welcome aboard this British Airways AirNott operated flight to London Heathrow from Baltimore. The current time is now blah 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 blah. Yeah, maybe we'll just do that. Anyway, see you here. You can go and throw the headset on now. And actually, tell you what, we can go into beginner descent now. Descent now, flight level 140 by Zurich. We'll throw the auto brake later. Descent now, flight level 1. Actually, where's our checklist? Let's do it properly, actually. Recall. Everything's normal. Notes checked. We can go auto brake 2 for Heathrow. Alright. In terms of this, you want to just copy that over. Landing data for on the bar we have 279 VREF 132 flaps 30. Yes. Approach briefing completed. Descent checklist complete. Descend now. Level 140. Left by steering. Go ahead and announce it on your comment in a moment. Let's make sure we'll keep our speed up. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2 limit yet heavy going to begin our descent now via the Zurich 1 hotel arrival. We're expecting to hold at Bovingdon for at least one orbit. We are beginning descent now from flight level 390 down to flight level 140. Heathrow traffic. And yeah, like I said, we'll make sure to keep our speed up. Sure, our speed is Mach decimal 84, and that'll buy us over time. Beautiful descent views. You know what? When I was flying in the real aircraft, the views felt so real, and I mean they were, but it's like you could actually tell that you were descending, and it wasn't because of the feeling in the aircraft. You could actually feel that you were like properly descending, just by looking at the wing. Right, you know, we were dropping by that much, and it felt good. It felt good. I've been trying to replicate that feeling, and I mean, I find that you really need to descend pretty hard if you want to get that feeling in the flight sim. You know, if we were in an A340, this would be our maximum rate of descent that we could possibly accept, while still maintaining our speed. Not going too fast, not going too slow. Of course, that's if we were in the A340, which we are not. We are not in the A340 today. If we were in an A340, then we'd definitely be descending right now. And we'd definitely be holding. Yeah, we're descending. It's kind of hard to tell from the window view, or from the wing view, but whatever. Auto brake 2. Good. Make sure that there's an update when it comes to the QNH. Yeah, QNH is still 1005, and I'll be getting updated METAR here in about half an hour. Or sorry, actually, we should be getting updated METAR in about 5 minutes, to be honest. Because they do it usually at 20 and at 50. Make sure it's issued by the beginning and half of the hour. So. Yeah, we'll just maintain this rate of descent for right now. And it's okay if we're a little late on the descent, and we're going to hold anyway. Unless Heathrow hops online within like the next 3-4 minutes. Or, sorry, within like the next 10 minutes. But I really don't see them hopping online. Yeah, I'll maintain Mach decimal 84 for now, and yeah. Let's see here. Don't forget me. No, you know what I had to tape a thing that says "Stop the fucking APU." I need to put a thing here that says "Stop the fucking APU once both engines are started," and "Start the fucking APU once you land." So that's what I need to do. I suck at both. But we flew. We flew from Baltimore all the way pretty much to Halifax without realizing that the thing was still on. Just, oh dear. So much fuel wasted. So much fuel we could be burning off at Occam, just to be crystal clear. Yeah, we're gonna be a little late on this descent, but and right now the nav says we're fine. But with that, we are hoping going to hold at a few orbits. Gonna hold it out to Occam for a few orbits and hope ATC hops online. And if not, I mean, we need to go in it when our fuel is about down to 13. Then we need to go in. Because I'm expecting a go around today. To be crystal clear, I am expecting a go around for today. And we've already prepared for the go around. In case of go around, it is up to 3,000. On a heading of 236 upon passing altitude 1,500 and something. So go ahead and just get our speed up. Speed now 330 knots. I just heard a weird noise from over here. Don't know what it was, but whatever. Not gonna worry about it right now. Not going to worry about it right now. Let's see here. Everything over there looks good. Everything there. Oh, that's beautiful. Alright, there's a beautiful view right there. Beautiful view of the mountains. You can tune the range down a little. Actually, we're gonna pass Zurich. Not that far off for 140. It'll be Radar Vector's final, to be crystal clear, but that's fine. Where is this guy? You're going. Doing circuits. Is there even an aircraft site? Is there a VFR? Okay. Oh, we've never put in our squat code back. 3562. 3 5 6 2. 3562 in the box. And that's from our ACARS data from Potomac. And I know that we did amend our route, which that's still fine. That's fine still. Alright. The wind is 140 degrees 5 knots, so that's better. That's better than it was. Actually, we should be getting an updated meter. Actually, do we have an updated meter yet? We do not. We do not have the updated meter yet. Sorry, meter. I should be saying it. I should be saying meter. We do not have it yet, which is kind of unfortunate. I've had some radar just refresh machines. Shall be there. No. I don't have it yet. I do not have it yet. Let me see if the U.S. government has it. No, the U.S. government does not have it yet. Why would I look it up on the U.S. government webpage? Because they usually get it faster than anyone else. Yeah, no, they don't have it yet either. Now, whatever. That's fine though. We'll get it eventually. We will get it eventually. Get it here soon, actually. I mean, we got it within 8 minutes last time, so we're gonna try to get it within. We're gonna try to get it within the next 5 minutes. Heathrow traffic speed bird 2 limit heavy is descending out of flight level 220 down to flight level 140 on the Zurich 1 hotel. Arrival, we are going to be holding at Bovingdon, sorry, my bad, at Occam, Oscar Charlie Kilo for at least 1 or 2 orbits. Heathrow traffic. We have not gotten it yet. I am constantly checking to see if we get the new METAR, see what the winds are. I'm hoping that it won't be that much of a crosswind landing today, but of course, right now it's kind of looking likely. It's kind of looking likely to be a bit of a crosswind landing, unfortunately. And I absolutely suck at those. I always end up crabbing it in, and it's like I always lose it like last minute because I don't use the rudder for some reason, which I should be using the rudder. Definitely need some FSI panel practice. So that just updated. Everything's updating now except for my METAR. Heathrow METAR. Still do not have it. Should be getting it up the updated METAR. We should be getting the updated METAR any second now. Oh, alright. Fuck, we got rain. Yeah, that sucks. Rain sucks. Yet it says no clouds detected. Oh wait, hang on. What does actually? RA, rain. we got rain. It's going to be a rainy arrival into Heathrow. That's what you'd expect, though. It is what you'd expect arriving into Heathrow. Yet somehow the METAR says no clouds detected, and I don't understand how that works. Come on now, can I get that updated METAR, please? I just got it. The wind now 1303 degrees 5 knots. Moving in the correct direction. Still somehow no clouds detected. Temperature 14. QNH now 1006. And we still don't have any ATC. That said, that this storm is moving, so yeah, it might be worth even just holding because for a few minutes because of the rain. Yeah, I'd say if we can hold like half for like 10-20 minutes, then that'd be beneficial. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet. Descending now, flight level 110. Still expecting to hold at Occam, Oscar Charlie Kilo, for at least 1 or 2 orbits. Heathrow traffic. So now flight level 110. No clouds detected, which I just don't know. I just don't know how that makes sense. No clouds detected, unless I'm NCD, meaning METAR. Yeah, no clouds detected. It's like, I don't. Call me insane, but it's like, if it's raining, then there should be clouds. I don't care how high they are. Now, if it only reports the clouds up through like 5,000 feet, then okay. Actually, I'm curious about that then. For a METAR report to say and are rain, yeah. How is it possible to have rain but no clouds? I don't know. I just don't know. Call me an idiot, but oh wait, I am an idiot. I'm not any kind of aviation authority at all. All right, let's go ahead and slow our speed now to 280 knots. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet. Slowing speed 280 knots. Further, sorry, slower in a bit. We're gonna descend the rest of our altitude in the hold at Occam. As for Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet. Heathrow traffic. Hold at Occam. Yeah, watch. The second that I get on the ground, ground or tower's gonna hop online. I can almost guarantee that. So that's why we're gonna hold. So hopefully avoid that from happening. And watch me be so right about that. Watch me be so correct about that. Alright, we're gonna maintain flight level 110 for now. Going slower speed now to 50 knots. And because of the clouds, we can throw on our landing lights on. We can throw our landing lights now.
Heathrow traffic speedbird 775 vacated runway 09 left Heathrow.
Alright. Alright, yeah, we'll maintain the level 110 until we're in the hold, and then we'll be due for their descent. Heathrow traffic speedbird 2 Limited is gonna enter the hold at Buffington in enter the hold at Ockham in a few minutes. For now, we are slowing speed to 20 knots and maintaining present altitude until we've entered the hold. Heathrow traffic.
Wycombe traffic with 99er taxi to parking via Bravo Alpha. Wycombe traffic.
Yeah, if we had done this correctly, we would have warned the cabin crew. Or you would have warned everyone. This is not going to be the best arrival into Heathrow. It's going to be a bit of a rainy arrival.
Heathrow traffic, Villa on Bravo Charlie at gate 554, pushing back facing south on Charlie.
Yeah, clouds definitely detected. No clouds detected in my ass. Sorry, my arse. That's the correct saying. Yeah, we'll put out more flaps in a bit. Right now, though, we can maintain that. I mean, we're basically not burning anything right now. So, I mean, we are burning some fuel, but very, very, very little. Speed now 210 knots. Yeah, and let me just verify that these are actually correct. Charts. Let's see here. Yeah, 287, and then let me just verify. Yeah. Yeah, we'll maintain our best speed of 210 knots. Alright. And we'll descend further in the hold. Because when you're arriving at Heathrow, you should hold. As is real life procedure. Always. Hold at Ockham. At our minimum clean speed, as they say. Sorry, at our best speed. Our minimum clean speed right now is as slow as we want. Yeah. I was getting confused by. Oh, I'm such an idiot at times. Alright. Should be entering the hold now. Yep. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet entering the hold at Ockham. Further descent from level 110 in a moment. Heathrow traffic. There we go. There's some. That's a good view, I think. I think that's a pretty good view. Yeah. When do we get the next METAR? Actually, one should just been issued. I know we got that one. We're gonna expect. Part of me is like really tempted to hold this out for like 20 minutes. Part of me is really tempted to hold for like 20 minutes right now and maintain our altitude until I feel like we're ready. Or until I feel like we get ATC online. Yeah, part of me is like really tempted to hold this out for a bit because not only is there currently a bit of a storm over Heathrow that is moving in the direction that we want. On the flip side, if we were to wait, then the winds might get worse. That said, the storm's kind of beginning to go away, so I don't know. And our inbound course, by the way, should be where's that? Our inbound course should actually be 328. Sorry, no. Yeah, make that 328. 328. Right turns. There we go. Execute that. There we go. I'm surprised I didn't notice that earlier. That's fine though. Go ahead and do a bit further descent in a moment. We'll do some further descent in a moment. But yeah, no, part of me is actually tempted to wait until we get this next METAR. Which will only be about 20 minutes. What do we have in terms of fuel? We have 17.8 in terms of fuel. I'd say we have to make a decision. I'd say we have to go in by around 14. If right now we got 17.7 in terms of fuel. I don't know what to think. Yeah, we got 17.7 in terms of fuel right now. Yeah, I think we'll just hold at least one or two orbits. Actually, we'll hold for another orbit at bare minimum. We'll see how long it takes us to hold. We'll see how much time it takes us and how much fuel we burn. We'll make a decision, but for right now we're just gonna hold with an indefinite delay. Kind of like the storm to get out of our way, to be honest. And as the captain of this flight, I can make that decision. Yeah, we'll do some descent in a bit, but for right now, though, we'll maintain present altitude for a bit. Just kind of hoping for ATC to hop online.
Heathrow traffic, Lemon Bravo Charlie, taxi to holding point November 8, runway 09 right via Charlie and Alpha.
Yeah, Speedbird 225 is going in now. Well, there's only actually a few aircrafts online at Heathrow, so it might be a while. But yeah, 17.6 in terms of fuel. Now, yeah, I'm gonna say we have to go in at 14. We don't have any flaps or anything like that. Yeah, I'm gonna say we have to go in at 14. Fly radar vectors, Alice 09 left final. With that said, though, until then, we're at 17.5 now. We're gonna try to wait for this next METAR report to come out. I mean, the last thing I want is us have to rebrief, which probably gonna have to do anyway. To be honest. Something just happened. Yeah, a bit of a hot spot when it comes to the storm. Just moved a little. So fly Bristol. Interesting. Yeah, I think we can hold for like another 2 orbits or something like that, and then we have to go in. Yeah. Oh yeah, 17.4. Yeah, so holding. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, not thrilled about this, to be honest. Not thrilled about our chances with no ATC either.
Traffic B11 Bravo Charlie lining up runway 09 right.
Yeah, I mean, I can hold it for like another 5 minutes or so, but I can't hold it for much beyond that. I mean, takes us about a ton of fuel to. Yeah. When we get to 14, then we have to go in. That said, though, it has taken us about 4 minutes to get down, so. Yeah. You're not established yet, idiot. You're not established. I did this the other day, I did this last week, and we didn't get any luck. We did not get much luck last week, so. Here. Station calling. That microphone is not great. I just love how it was.
Heathrow traffic, B11 Bravo Charlie, take off runway 09 right on a road knee. Juliet departure.
Yeah. looking at 17.1 now in terms of fuel. Yeah, I think if we were to hold one more orbit. Yeah, I think if we were to hold one more orbit, it'll be fine. And Manchester's coming online now. Oh dear. Oh dear. Manchester's coming online before Heathrow. You have Manchester and Gatwick. So. Speedbird 429. Yeah. We just kind of see traffic. I like to see traffic. We do have someone approaching us. From below.
5 Delta Whiskey, push and start, stand 511 for runway 09 right.
Alright. Yeah, we're just gonna wait for this. See, I've tested doing some custom time and weather New Sky flight last night, and I can confirm it's possible. Wait, what? New Sky itself does not allow you to change the time you fly. You can only time within an hour of live time.
Charlie is airborne, passing T2300, climbing flight level 60.
Okay, but as an example, if you go into the sim, let's say make an 8 a.m. flight with sunny weather from Stansted to Heathrow. That seems like a very short flight. Then go into SimBrief and create a flight plan for the same time, 8 a.m. Generate it, then import it to your EFB. Now the flight plan matches with your time with your flying, and the sim works. Then you open New Sky and enter the same departure and arrival, but you need to enter time IRL, not in the sim. Then just click start flight and it tracks the flight. Okay, the only thing is that New Sky will have a different number of passengers and cargo to the actual flight because those are generated by SimBrief. It doesn't matter because New Sky tracks its own stats anyway. And the SimBrief ones, well, I mean, you could change it back if you wanted to, but you don't have to. Interesting. Interesting. 16. And Heathrow traffic's been routinely resilient. It's going to hold for another 2 orbits in the hold at Ockham. Heathrow traffic. Yeah, we'll hold another 2 orbits. And then I'll descend. I got the time. I mean, it's...
No, I was. Yeah, I was attending. Yeah, I was here last week. I spoke as well.
Yeah. Dear. That guy doesn't know he's stuck on income. Or maybe he does, but whatever. Line 1, Bravo Charlie. Noted.
Traffic, you're within favor laser that navigated. Get your traffic, speedbird 5 Delta Whiskey, taxi in position November Bravo 10, Sierra right. Yeah, we're just gonna hold another. We're gonna do this orbit, and then we're gonna come around, and yeah. We're gonna hope that we'll do one more orbit here, and then we'll do the next one, and just come around, and then we'll go in, and we'll begin our descent in the next one as well. And the reason that I say that is because reasons. Doing some proper holding today. We are doing some proper holding today. Bottom bum 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 bottom bum. Yeah, Heathrow is getting out of that hot spot when it comes to that. When it comes to the weather. Yeah, we'll go this orbit, then I'll do the next. In about 6 minutes or so.
Heathrow traffic, bird 5 Delta Whiskey, lining up, takeoff 09 right.
Yeah. We're just waiting on updated METAR. Because I'm lazy. That's the reason why. We're just waiting on the updated METAR. And then we'll do our briefing and we'll descend grade and we'll do radar vectors out. Let's final. Alice 09 left final. Bum 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 bum. What's our best speed right now? Yeah, 16.4. I mean, we could still hold for like another 10-20 minutes as well. It's like, but I don't really want to do that. To be crystal clear, don't really want to hold that much longer. Hoping we get ATC online in a moment. Just waiting for this next METAR report to come out, which will come out in a few moments. I mean, it's been issued now, but it takes all the systems a while to get it, so. Yeah, current time 4:24, 9:24 Zulu. I'm just waiting for this updated METAR report to come out, and then we'll take a look at it. Get the updated winds. We'll get everything updated. Yeah. In the meantime, that's a pretty good view right there. View worthy of a screenshot. That is a view worthy of a screenshot. Let's take a look here. Have I got it yet? 9:20. Actually, I have. I have it now. The wind is now 140 degrees 7 knots. Okay. That's moving in. Okay. It'll be a bit of a crosswind landing, but that's fine. Heathrow traffic speed bird limit down descending flight 70. Still on the hold at Ockham. Heathrow traffic. Alright, tell you what, let's get to heading now. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2 Limited, leaving the hold at Ockham with the heading of 285 degrees for now. This is the downwind for Alice runway 09 left. Heathrow traffic. And Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2 Limited, descending now, altitude 5,000 feet. Heathrow traffic. Alright. We gotta go straight in now. Towers online! Yay! 118.505. Tower is coming alive now. 118.505. Go ahead and stick that in there. Slightly increase our rate of descent speed now to 0 knots. Actually, what speed now? 190 knots. Alright. Go ahead and slightly correct the heading. 108.5. Sorry, 505 now. So no, I was waiting for the weather to improve ever so slightly. Alright. NH1006. My hoarding is paid off. By the looks of it, we are number 1. Flaps 1 now. Throw me flaps 2 now. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2, Limited at descending now, altitude 2,500 feet, turning base now, Alice runway 09 left. Heathrow traffic. And Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2, Limited at heavy slowing speed of 180 knots. Heathrow traffic. Alright, that holding is paid off. Tower is now alive. Alright. Checklist. Approach checklist completed. Altimeters are set. Alright, let's see here. Taxi lights on. We can go auto brake 2, we can go auto brake 3. Auto brake 2 is fine actually. Approach mode, we can go ahead and go on. Heathrow traffic, speedbird seen Limited at heavy maintaining heading of 030 degrees until established ILS runway 09 left. Localizer turning final now. Heathrow traffic. Speed brake extended, noted. Okay, landing checklist up now. Speed brakes armed. Oh dear. Flaps to 3 now. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2 limit, look lights are established. ILS runway 09 left. Slowing speed 160 knots until 4 DME. About a, call it 11 mile final now. Heathrow traffic. Who was it? Let's see here. Is it the good guy or is it the bad guy? Probably someone good. At 9 mile final, we will go ahead and establish ourselves. Alright, yoke cam up and alive for y'all. That'll probably be a little bit better for y'all. Their towers on line 118.505. Noted. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, 7.5 mile final now. ILS runway 09 left. Switching over to tower frequency now on 118.505. Maintaining 160 knots until 4 DME. Heathrow traffic. Tower, speedbird 2, Lima Juliet heavy is with you. Fully established ILS runway 09 left.
21, speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, surface wind 130 degrees 5 knots, runway 09 left, cleared to land.
Clear to land 09 left. Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet.
I think the other was Lufthansa 9 uniform.
You're down.
Pushing start to bridge base.
Actually, won't wait. Alright. We can reduce to our final approach speed now. Once the gear is down, we will go ahead and do more flaps. Alright. The gear should now be down and locked. Flaps full now. Alright, let's try not to muck this up. We have the runway in sight. Go around altitude is 3,000. The heading of 036 degrees. Alright, we are cleared to land. Landing checklist complete. Aside from the auto brake, which is being buggy for some reason. Okay. See here.
Approaching 09 left.
Noted. Alright. 5.
That's for 2738 from runway 09 right, clear to take off the surface wind 130 degrees at 5.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. continue approach.
200. Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Oof. That was hard. 394 feet per minute. That was a little hard.
So 340, thanks. The second right Alpha, hold November Bravo 8.
Second right Alpha.
Yeah, why are we stopping on the runway?
Lufthansa 9 uniform, second right Alpha, hold short to Romeo.
Why do we stop on the runway?
Taxi via Alpha, hold short on Romeo or
Yeah, I don't know. There's the frickin' brake there. There's the... I gotta talk to Grumpy because he knows how to fix that. Grumpy knows how to fix that. Alright, there you go.
Heathrow Tower, this is Speedway 25 at gate 507. Would like to request IFR clearance to Biarritz via, and we have information. Beautiful.
Thanks, I'll get back to you very shortly. Break the brakes, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Taxi second right to Bravo, stand 535.
Stand 535, second right Bravo, and apologies for stopping on the runway for Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
No worries, thanks. Speedbird 273, Unicom further 122 decimal.
Alright. Flaps are away.
Lufthansa 9A uniform, continue on Alpha, hold at November Bravo 8.
And turn off lights off. It's off.
Speedbird 225, your clearances to Lima, Foxtrot, Bravo, Zulu. The Modme 1 Juliet departure off 09 right, meeting Modme, Mike 185, Midhurst, Tennis filed, squawk 1144.
And Speedbird 25, we're clear to Biarritz via the Modme 18 Foxtrot departure and squawk 1144. Can you see the
Stand 535.
So with 225, its initial climb per the SID, so that'll be 6,000 feet for you. And I've got the rerouting text as well. It's Modme 1 Juliet and then Modme 1 Mike 185 as well.
Alright, there we go.
Well, we got for Speedbird 25 and Modme 1 Juliet, and thank you for the squawk for Speedbird 25.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Alright. We've arrived now.
Good morning, Speedbird 9025 and A350 1000 on stand 518. Information uniform, QNH1006, clearance to East Midlands, please.
903.
Oh dear.
So hello, cleared to East Midlands, the Ultib 1 Juliet departure runway 09 right.
Oh dear.
Ultib Tango 420, well in, squawk 6321.
Go to East Midlands on an Ultib 1 Juliet departure, runway 09 right. Ultib Tango 420 to Welling, squawk 6321, Speedbird 9025.
So 9025, correct. Break, Speedbird flight, correction Speedbird 340.
Alright.
140 degrees, 7 knots, runway 09 right, from November Bravo 8, clear for takeoff.
Good to take off 09 right from Bravo 8.
We can go ahead and check engine number
Lufthansa
1 down now.
Continue following the British Airways A320 in front of you, found November Bravo 8 behind that traffic. Line up runway 09 right behind.
I don't need to figure out how to fix that.
9025, stand 518, request push and start.
Switch 9025, thanks. 518, push and start approved, face south.
Start approved, face south, speedbird 9025.
Alright. And now we can just use one of these. Not like we're low on fuel. And we got 14.9 on fuel. So our original estimate was still quite accurate, despite us holding for about 15 minutes. Nope. Still a little further ahead. Going to tune into David's stream as well in a few moments. All right. Stand 535. I'm gonna try to nail it this time. I wonder if Newscast's gonna bash us for landing on the runway, or for stopping on the runway. Though it'll certainly not be thrilled about that landing though. But I mean, we had that bit of a stutter right on touchdown or whatever, and of course we floated it a little. So.
Speedbird 225 are ready for push and start.
Speedbird 225, thanks. Stand 507, push and start approved, face south.
Push face south, so Speedbird 225.
Welcome to Heathrow. We have arrived. My holding paid off. I gotta talk to, I have to talk to my controls to try to figure out why the literal fuck that happened.
Lufthansa 90 uniform, surface wind 140 degrees, 7 knots, runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff.
Go.
Spirit 340, continue with Unicom 122 decimal. Good day.
Alright, let's see here. Try to nail this.
Speedbird 9025, request taxi.
Set 98025, thanks. Fire Alpha Link 52, hold November Bravo 11.
Come on now.
Taxi Alpha Link 52, November Bravo, hold 11. November Bravo 11, easy 9025.
EasyJet operates at Heathrow? Come on now. So I got about 3 feet to go.
Lufthansa 90 uniform, continue with Unicom.
Ow. Close. Alright, now I can set the parking brake. Alright. Engine number 2. Engine number 2 shut down. Alright. Part a bit askew. What do you mean? I thought that was freaking beautiful. Yeah, sex is never, just never happy. Okay, and I do see it now. I do see it now. I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, I do see it a little now, but I mean, still. Pretty damn happy with that, Perkin. Not thrilled about that landing, though. But I mean, of course, no one would be. So. Alright, we can go ahead and set the chalks. Request the ground power now. Alright. Beacon off. APU off. Let's go ahead and find out the damages on New Sky.
Japan Air 43 with Victor ILS on left.
Japan Air 43, Heathrow Tower, good morning. Surface wind 140.7 knots, 09 left, clear to land.
9.35. Oh dear.
Clear to land, 09 left, Japan Air 43.
What's the issue?
9025, the surface wind 140.7
What?
knots on November Bravo 11, runway 09.
Oh, I know what that was. I know what that was.
Clear for takeoff, runway 09 right, November Bravo 11, speedbird 9.
Officer in line landing. Dear. That was the flight control issue we had earlier.
25 taxi straight ahead Alpha, hold November
Alright.
Bravo 1.
Straight Alpha, and we'll hold November 1 for speed 25.
Alright, well, that's gonna do it for me.
November Bravo 10.
Alright, that's gonna do it for me. It is currently 4:48 in the morning. If my voice can't tell, I'm a little on the sleepy side now. So, fun flight. Certainly quite fun. I mean, we didn't do Minecraft for very much of it at all. I'm thrilled about that. Not the best arrival into Heathrow. And the G-force issue. Yeah, I blame the plane for that. I don't blame myself. I blame New Sky for that happening. I mean, it did cause us to go up a whole 1,000 feet, so. I mean, I get it, but still. I very much blame everything else on it. So, I don't blame myself for that one. Actually, it is my fault, but whatever. Anyway, that's going to do it for me. I'm going to go to bed now. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you all in the next one. So long.